really have to... What's up, guys? How's it going, y'all? Here we go. Okay. So we're starting off with some Lizards versus Wood Elf gameplay here. I just had to get sorted and figure out where we needed to start. So we've got a Slan, Mage Priest of Life, double Troglodyte. The ROR variant here, the Pale Death, it's not that much more expensive. It's similar in every other regard. It gets a little bit better melee attack, melee defense, and leadership. The difference in missile strength, I don't think it's actually any different. No, it's just the reload time. The ROR stats give big buffs to reload skill, so you can see there every 8 seconds versus 6.6 is really good. Primeval Roar is also one of the really strong abilities this ROR unit has. 31-second buff to melee attack is pretty damn awesome. The reason you don't see the Troglodytes often is just they've got a smallish health pool for the SEs when it comes to the Lizards. And there's usually just better, easier options to use. Like the Saurians is the most common thing you'll see, and even the Stegodons are pretty popular. But other than that, I do think they're pretty decent. We'll see how they do against the Wood Elves here. They'll have a good target in the Glade Lord for sure. Glade Lords are pretty powerful skirmish units. You know, you've got the nice little bow attack, you've got Arrow of Kurnus, Prey of Anathema to lock stuff down. Where's this Arrow of Kurnus going? Hitting the Skink cohorts, I don't really think that's worth it, man. I mean, it's a decent chunk of damage, but against a chaff infantry unit, I think you're better off pressuring down the Troglodytes instead. Because Arrow of Kurnus will actually land in and do the same amount of damage, but onto one singular target. Chipping through the HP on these Troglodytes is going to be pretty nice. It's going to weaken them over the course of the game. They'll get to their healing cap much quicker. And it might pressure your opponent to play a little bit more risky with them. Great volleys on the Glade Lord early from the Troglodytes, man. Pretty big damage, honestly. Taking about 1,000 HP off of this dragon character. It's pretty damn nice. So, much more efficient targeting coming in from Killer. Doomerang is locking horns in the front line now. We've got Skink Cohort and Saurus fighting the Eternal Guard. It's a pretty even fight. Skink Cohort don't do very well against Eternal Guard. They've got very poor melee attack. The weapon strength on the Saurus Warriors helps them get through the low armor on the Eternal Guard, but it's still a little rough for them. We've got a couple Glade Guard in the back. No Starfire Shafts. I always think that's a little bit of a mistake. I swear by the AP Missile Glade Guard. They're so damn strong, especially against a faction that's got some pretty high armor units, especially mobility units that can jump on top of your non-AP Glade Guard and shut them down pretty quickly. You really need to be firing in against the Saurus and the Skinks for these non-AP variants. Otherwise, their damage output's a little lackluster. They're accurate, which helps them out a bunch, but they can only fire at so many targets at once, and having the extra damage output from the AP missile is just so nice. I really think that at least one is worth having in your army, just to hammer down the big stuff. Like these Feral Troglodytes would be a great target for Starfire Shaft right now, because the Glade Lord is just getting pressured out and is struggling immensely against the anti-large that the Troglodyte shooting provides. And Killer of Bums, getting a nice little value lead, nothing too crazy. Wood Elves are holding up pretty well in the front line. You've got the Dryads moving in after some of the Eternal Guard have taken a bunch of damage and are routing off the field. Buffering out the infantry, keeping the backline decently safe here. We do have some Glade Riders chasing off the Feral Cold Ones, and Killer is doing nice up to this point for the most part, but some problems are starting to develop. One, the Feral Troglodyte is routing here. For another 30 seconds, this is going to be rampaging around. You do have Cold-Blooded to stop that rampage, which I would really recommend, just so that this thing doesn't get trapped back here. Because Glade Riders, they've got decent enough mass to be able to lock this monster down, and in melee combat, it's not nearly as good as it is firing its missiles against the Glade Lord. Glade Lord has pretty similar combat stats, And with support is probably going to be able to beat down this Troglodyte. We're going to have to actually see how that plays out. But the Glade Lord looks to be getting back up in the air. Trying to pull out of combat. We've got some Glade Riders getting flattened out here on the flank. Coldwind Spear Riders, Ripper Dactyls, moving in, doing big damage. Wraiths of the Frozen Heart getting absolutely iced out here. No pun intended. They're just struggling against these high DPS, monstrous flying units, as well as having skink cohorts to help the Coldwind Spear Riders. Wildwood Rangers should be able to push through, though, eventually. Their AP and solid stats means that they will probably win that grind over time. Killer definitely needs to start to pull back a little bit and find more efficient value trades. The frontline fight, as you can see, starting to favor the Lizardmen a little bit, but we do have a Feral Troglodon routing, very poor leadership, and it probably got rear charged and the leadership broke. You can see it's already rallied. Oh, but it routes back towards its friendly lines instead of through enemy lines. Sometimes you can get unlucky with the retreat path, just like with any RTS. And then the Banishment actually causes the Glade Riders to terror route, leaving the Feral Troglodon to run back into friendly lines. But the other Troglodon taking some pretty big damage too from all these Eternal Guard underfoot. Dryads finally cleaning up these Saurus Warriors, who got okay value. Nothing too crazy. Didn't pay for themselves, but they held up for a long time there, giving the Lizardmen opportunities to like push up supporting infantry and mobility. Some of which is going offline now, though. You can see the Coldwind Spear Riders over here have all died off. Ripper Dactyls are landing in, and they will do good damage to the Wildwood Rangers, but there's 2 units of them here. And as good as Ripper Dactyls are at putting out damage, they take it just as badly. They could really use a regrowth or a Shield of Thorns or something just to keep them nice and healthy. And the Spear Riders, it looks like maybe they were pulled back, and they do push off the Hagbane Riders, who got some serious value, 800 on those guys. And they're surrounding the Glade Lord here, where they should get some good damage in, even with their leadership about to break. Does look like they tear out before they can do too much, but even a handful of Spear Riders can get some serious damage in on SCs. They got the same change that Seekers did with the model size, so they pile into combat really nice now. Troglodons supporting the Slan Mage Priest of Life. Doesn't have the Ore of Quetzal on this guy. Not mattering too much, and it looks like the Wood Elves are just kind of tapping out here. Which I don't entirely agree with. Oh wait, no, the Lizardmen folded? What the hell is this? That was a baffling game there at the end. I have no idea why Lizards just conceded that. They weren't in a terrible position. They still had the Troglodons and the Slan. Maybe he was all out of magic and thought that his stuff was too low to be able to keep out on the field. I don't know. That was odd. That's very odd. I don't think I've seen a game end that anticlimactically in a long time, but the regular Glade Guard did get good value. They were able to fire all their shots off, which is why they're sitting up here with 1,300, 900, 800, well over the 550 gold price point they start off as. So, really beautiful stuff. Wild Hunters of Kurnus were out. Maybe Killer just thought he couldn't protect from these guys, and the Slain was going to go down. So, Doomerang takes that game there. Very bizarrely, in my opinion, but I wouldn't really turn my nose up at a win like that. Even if I didn't fully agree with my opponent's decision to concede. So, we did watch this mirror match. We've got System versus Bow here. Korn versus Nurgle, really fun matchup. Definitely one that swung back and forth over time. I think we may have watched this. I don't think we did. We're going to redo it anyways. Just to cover some Korn action, where I'm not the person playing the game. System bringing in the Blood Reaper, which is a good choice. I like these guys against Nurgle. Their AP and their access to Bloody Shackle Makes him pretty durable against the low damage output that is on the table for the Plague God. System has the Blood Speaker on the Shrine. I'm remembering this game now, but it's going to be worth going back over just so we can talk about the Blood Speaker. Because Blood Speaker is a very underappreciated character. One that is very difficult to utilize, but does have some very powerful abilities. And System did a very good job in this game of actually getting this guy into a position to support the front line and maximize the value on it. And being on the Shrine, you do get extra leadership, and you get damage resistance, which is amazing. All sources of damage, immediately less impactful, plus a weapon strength buff with your good melee attack on all your units. That extra little bit of weapon strength can make all the difference for reaching breakpoints where you're actually killing models on the Nurgle units. And then their passive healing's a lot less effective at that point. We've got Rancid Visitations and Stream of Corruption here. Rancid is okay against Khorne, but you know you've got to deal with the spell resist, of course. So that's an immediate 35% damage mitigation on it. And it can only get so much done because of that. I think it's good against, like, Valkia, but against a high HP unit like the Blood Speaker, you're better off leaving it in your back pocket for the later stages of the game if this guy gets really low and you want to snipe him out. Otherwise, just using Stream just to get the damage on all the infantry or skirmishers or whatever units you're trying to target down with that would be a much better use of your time. But you can see here, and a Rancid Visitations goes down immediately on this Blood Speaker and starts to do some pretty nasty damage to him. Again, it could be a lot worse. But even with that, it did still take about 700 HP off that guy. Like I said, if it were Valkia and she were losing 700 of her HP, it would be a lot more devastating, but Blood Speaker doesn't care nearly as much. Bloodwake Berserkers hanging in under the War Shrine and doing some nasty damage, dude. Chewing through the HP on the Chaos Sorcerer and the Chaos Warriors of Nurgle with the help of the Blood Shrine coming in here. What is their melee attack now? 86 melee attack with their Frenzy and Totem of Endless Bloodletting active, and that is with the fact that they're winded. It's just crazy stats on these guys. They're such a strong unit, man. Nurgle's Horsemen really needed to be shooting at them, but you can see Nurgle's having a bad time in the front line. And it's put their Horsemen into a position where they're kind of getting pushed back pretty hard. And they don't have anywhere safe to sit to fire in at the Bloodwake Berserkers. And you can see the Chaos Lord in here. That's why you can't charge into Bloodwake Berserkers with low mass units. They've got 450 mass, which is the same as a Fleshhound. So, horseback units with their low mass, 1800 isn't terrible, but isn't the best in the world. He just gets locked in place, and they just farmed a ton of value off these guys. Now they're locking horns with Chosen of Nurgle, which is just an awful fight for the Chosen. Chosen are really good at holding the line, and their AP weapon strength is really good for long grinds, but the Bloodwake Berserker damage output is amazing. And their melee attack is well over the threshold for the melee defense the Chosen have access to. So they're hitting them about 70% of the time, which means that the Chosen 1,450 gold unit here just gets obliterated in no time flat by these 32 absolutely rock-hard lunatics, man. Love the aesthetic on these guys, too. I mean, the, like, glowing eyes with the flails and the little, I don't even know what to call it, the little corruption trail that they leave behind. Not a lot of units equal that for me. And they just absolutely wrecked those Chosen. Chosen running away, they got 600 value. Pretty much not worth it. I mean, the Bloodwake Berserkers are here with all 32 models left, 7,500 HP remaining. Definitely not worth the trade for all of their effort and time. Soul Grinder firing away from downtown has gotten a little bit of value, about 800 on this thing, but it's almost out of ammo. Nurgle Soul Grinders can be pretty inaccurate. They need to close the distance to hit shots accurately. They're a little bit like the Skull Cannon in that regard. Like, Skull Cannons at their max range tend to miss high. Soul Grinders, because they fire like a shotgun mortar, their shots tend to land very split. You know, they have a pretty wild spread on them at their maximum range. So if you're firing into like a very bunched up formation of enemy units, you don't mind that much. But if you're targeting a single elite unit, you can see here these shots are coming in. They're going to be landing all over the place. You got one shot landing back here, another here. They landed a little closer than they normally did with 2 shots landing in the same spot, but none of them actually hit the damn unit. Which is really brutal, man. You need the soul. You have the Soul Grinder here for the Bloodwake Berserkers, and the fact that it just fired all those volleys off and got nothing out of it, putting you way behind because they're very expensive, and they're okay in melee combat for sure. Like their stats are kind of poor, but they've got good like collision attacks. All the Soul Grinders are pretty decent charging through things, but locked in sustained combat, it's going to be a lot less effective. And the high mass on the Bloodwake Berserkers means it's not going to be able to just rampage through them like some of the other big SCs that can bully these guys around. And Nurgle just doesn't have the tools in this build to deal with these guys. They should have played a more skirmishy game from the opening, rather than just sending all their frontline units up to try and engage on the middle point where they just got absolutely slapped down. Bloodwake's hanging out here in the middle, gonna chip down the Chaos Sorcerer again. Bloodshrine moving across the field, doing a very good job of keeping this thing on the move. Gotten pretty good value, too. 59 kills, almost 600 gold value on it. Moving into some Pestigors, maybe gonna help out these Marauders and the dual weapon Marauders. Nurgle has a little bit of a value lead here, which is usually a bad sign for Khorne, but a lot of that value is tied up in throwing axes who have no ammo left, a Soul Grinder with no ammo left, units that become a lot less efficient as the game wears on. Can still provide a little bit of value for you, especially if you cap points away from your opponent. Like, you could cap this objective here, then send these 3 horsemen to take the number 1 and recharge the Marauders down. That would be pretty sick. That would be a pretty sick play for them. And the Soul Grinder getting trapped up by the Blood Beast here. And you're going to find out why Blood Beasts are such a strong unit. You can see that HP start to melt off of this Soul Grinder, and it's got physical resist and pretty decent melee defense. But Blood Beasts just have such good animations and good mass on them that once they surround SEs like this, it can be very difficult for them to find their way out of a fight. And they just get hit so consistently by these guys. Taking its HP down lower and lower. Bloodwake Berserkers still completely unanswered here in the middle with 2,900 value up to this point. Minotaurs hanging out here too. Gonna help pile in against the Bile Trolls. And all of the leadership buffs are gonna keep these Minotaurs nice and ace for this fight, man. Minos with melee attack buffs on them get really ridiculous, and they charge Blood Greed up, so if you're able to summon these guys in twice in a game and they've got Blood Greed pretty heavily charged, the second time they come around, they're even stronger than your first summon out. And they can put in even more work for you. Fleshhounds charge down the throwing axes. Very nice choice of unit for system. Fleshhounds can struggle in a lot of matchups just because they're really lightly armored. Leadership is okay at 60. It's a little low. They can definitely crumble out pretty quickly and leave you at a value deficit. But strong weapon strength, good melee attack means they're great against low armor skirmish units like this. And just chasing all of those guys off. Can unsummon them from bow now. Bloodspeaker hanging out in the middle, and the Bloodwake Berserkers, man. 3,300 on them. Gonna go take out a Chaos Warrior and rip them apart at the seams. And the Blood Beasts did finish off the Soul Grinder up here, it looks like. Getting some great value in the process. 1,600 on these guys. Running over some Pestigors that are trying to rally in here. Nurgle's very gassed. They just don't have the units left on the field. You can be down this much value as Nurgle and still be in a winning position. But that's usually when you've got a Mortis engine on the field, and you also have the healing from your Lord that has been getting consistent value on all your stuff. There just haven't been opportunities to heal anything because they've just been getting torn to pieces by these very elite Khornate warriors. You just can't engage these guys as honestly as Nurgle did here. They're a great unit. One of the strongest in the game. A lot of people would say they're OP, but they've only got 46 speed on the ground. It takes them a little bit of time to get between objectives. If you can pinball Khorne around, you can definitely take games off of them pretty easily. You just have to keep your heavily armored stuff away from them. But, you know, that's kind of hard for Nurgle to do. They don't have as much mobility as Khorne, and the mobility they do have is usually pretty weak to the Fleshhounds and Minotaurs. And Khorngors as well now. Khorngors are a really nice tool against the Plague Father. Give me a sec, guys. I gotta make sure I got all the replays in here. I don't know if I moved them all over yet. It looks like I do actually have a couple more here. Alright, one sec. Although these might not be from the tournament. I don't actually know. It sorts it all by dates that you like downloaded them for. So, okay, yeah, there are some other ones from another Discord that I was downloading. Just to check out later sometime. So, Wood Elf Mirror, Skaven versus Wood Elves is interesting. Usually Wood Elves are very advantaged in the ranged department. They have a pretty easy time picking apart most other ranged factions. Just because their shooting is so cost-effective, and they've also got, you know, of course the Deepwood Scouts with the Swift Shiver Shards, who have Stalk, hit hard as hell. They can usually clear out missile lines pretty capably, but the Skaven have their own tools in response. Warplock Jezzails, very good at clearing out enemies, your opponent's missile lines. They have piercing missiles, so they shoot through multiple ranks of not just like infantry, but also their Glade Guard, and they outrange them pretty significantly. You can see 170 range versus the 275 on the Jezzails on top of a silver shield to protect them and decent armor values. It can be really hard trying to trade into these guys over the course of a long game. Because you have to compromise them in melee more often than not to shut them down. Unless you have artillery. Artillery is a pretty good way of shutting down the Jezzails. Standard missiles, though, really don't have a very good go of it. Ikit Claw on the Doomflayer usually is on the Doom Wheel, but you can save a little money. And just use the Lures of Magic, which are perfectly acceptable and strong for Ikit to be able to make good effect on his cost value. And the Glade Lord is going to be a really great target for both Flensing Ruin and Howling Warp Gale. Clan Rats moving up. We've got the Branch Wraith on the ground here with Earthblood and Melkoths. Pretty efficient spells against the Raki. Healing is really nice for your low HP Eternal Guard. Helps keep them up in the front line a little bit longer. First volleys of the Plague Mortars coming in and doing some pretty good damage to the Eternal Guard. Wrecking their own Skaven slaves, but you can't really be too upset about that as the Skaven and Glade Rider push through the back line coming in, looking to get after the Jezzails. What you want to do with these Rat Ogres and the Jezzails right now, although it does look like the Jezzails are going to be sent through the spears here. Really good attention from Kramer. Immediately trying to buffer out. On the other side, there's another Glade Rider pushing in, some Dryads, moving up onto all of these Clan Rat spears. And the Night Runner slings, which they'll do really good damage to since those guys rely on Phys Res for their defenses. Glade Riders running down the Skaven Slave Slingers, very cost-effective value there. Rat Ogres and the Spears find this Glade Rider, and they're just getting absolutely ruined right now. Oh my god, completely buffered out. And the Jezzails just on the other side of the formation taunting them with their little, you know, arquebuses. Firing directly into them. They got the little sniper rifles on top. Very slick little unit. Skaven frontline getting folded up, though. Pretty badly. Clan Rats kind of running in, having to fight on their own terms against Eternal Guard and Dryads. Usually not going to go very well for you. You need big value out of your missile units in order to beat the Wood Elves' melee line. I'm kind of surprised to see so many archers in this Wood Elf build, but they do provide pretty good damage output against all the lightly armored infantry. They only have bronze shields. Silver shields are usually the standard for like proper good missile mitigation. Their 35% damage resistance is nice. It can definitely help out really cheap units like this. But good focus fire from Blade Guard is going to be able to chip down the Clan Rats before they even engage in combat if you do it properly. Wraiths of the Frozen Heart move up into the front line, and we do have a sighting of Plague Monk Sensor Bearers, which is always a really fun unit to bring out. They're really not that efficient, though. They're 1,000 gold, and you can see they do tend to get folded up by anything with some magical damage. Again, another very expensive unit that relies on physical resist to survive. They've only got 10 armor. Very, very, very bad situation for the Skaven. Just throwing them into these lines of Dryads really was not a great call. The best thing you can do with Sensor Bearers is to keep them back. And what you want to do is you just use them as a sweeper unit in the backfield against enemies' dive attempts, because their damage output's pretty damn strong. They've got Frenzy, they've got a Contaminate effect as well for those, usually dive units have pretty low leadership. Wild Riders and Glade Riders are an exception, just because Wood Elves have pretty good leadership on all their units. But that Contaminate with the -10 leadership imbuement can make a big difference in being able to push units out of your backline efficiently. And you've always got your ranged tools. That's what you really want to be doing damage with. And Kramer's doing a much better job of it now that they're safely positioned behind the front line with most of the dive tools dealt with. There is a Wild Rider moving in, but another Rat Ogre coming out from Kramer. He's doing a pretty good job of defending up to this point, but these Jezzails need to push back away from this position over here, because I wouldn't want to try to push them up any farther forward than they are currently. Moving them back here into the safety of the trees where the large targets are going to get debuff for being there. It's going to make their survivability that much better. It's also going to make it harder for these Wild Riders to disengage. And they do find their way through. A little slow on the Rat Ogres and another unit of Raki Ogres. Just slowly trotting in after those Wild Riders. And you can see how quickly they just flatten the Jezzails. Jezzails have very low HP, so if they get jumped on one good time, usually pretty easy to push them off. You just gotta layer up around them. Like, I see tons of Skaven units pushed out on the flanks where they're not really, one, they're not providing a lot of cap value. You know, the Clan Rats are fine, but all these Skaven Slave and Night Runner slings don't have anything to help them. Like, one cavalry unit pushing up into them is gonna just disrupt all of that shooting. They're off of the objective. They could be back here as another buffer for the more expensive tools, like the Poison Wind Mortars and those Jezzails, both of which are getting taken offline by one Wild Rider right now. So, like, what you want to do, blue lines are your Poison Wind Mortars and the Jezzails, and then the Skaven Slave Slings and Night Runners are another layer of the onion, with all the Skaven Slaves and Clan Rats farther forward. And you just have to peel through all of that as a player trying to dive into that backline. It's very hard to shoot down the weapon teams because they're good range, and like I said, sometimes they've got the shields if it's Jezzails or something. So it can be very hard to compromise them at range. Getting into them in melee is the best option, but if your opponent's layered up properly as the Skaven, it can be almost impossible to push through into the back line. And Kramer had it going for a minute there, but spreading all the Night Runners and Skaven Slave Slings out onto the flank where they're trying to support these crappy frontline units without the added benefit of the extra DPS that the good ranged units provide, is leaving them very vulnerable. Like, this Wild Rider unit is busy running over some shattered clan rats, and there they go. They get the order. Immediately going to collapse onto all three of these very blobbed up skirmish units, who can't fire as they're retreating either, since they're a slinger and not one of the little ninja star units. I do like Night Runner slings, although I vastly prefer the javelin variant of the Night Runners. Just because they can sit behind your front line, fire out all their missiles really quickly, and then they can just go and engage in combat if they need to. And leave the other less versatile units to fight elsewhere and get their range damage in. You can see the Wild Riders just rout everything. The Night Runners running for their lives. Skaven Slave Slings running. Looks like Ikit went down the front line too. Ikit is a great lord. You got to be very careful with him though. Especially on the Doom Flare, where he's got a lot less mass than on the Doom Wheel. It's very hard to push in and out of blobbed up infantry formations. And I did see him up here on the front line an awful lot, which is very risky for him. If you didn't bring him on the Doom Wheel, and you just brought him to cast Cleansing Rune and Howling Warp Gale, probably just need to focus on getting the magic out. And then the Doom Flare, you can use him in a pinch if you need to in the late game. But losing your Lord as Skaven is a no-no. You can't afford it. Your units have just terrible leadership across the board. I don't think there's a single high leadership unit on the Skaven. Even the Storm Vermin have their limits. They've got 75 leadership, I think. Everything else just about has sub 60 or around that amount on their leadership. And when you lose your Lord, you immediately lose 16 leadership, and then it goes down to a minus 10, but that is perpetual. So for Rat Ogres, that's essentially 25% or a little bit less of their actual leadership, which, I don't know, usually isn't going to mean that they're able to hold in very long. Like, they've got a decent amount of models left and a chunky little bit of HP here, but they just break and rout instead of actually standing and fighting all these units. And this is where their nickname came from. Rout Ogres, running for their lives, not sticking and fighting to the end. Wild Riders just farming up value on all the sling units still. Look how many kills they've gotten. Oh my god, dude. 350 just about. Probably going to break the 400 mark if they just keep killing all those Skaven slaves. Glade Lord, very well microed. Hasn't gotten a ton of value, but just keeping your big dragon characters alive against Skaven can be kind of hard. So I've got to give kudos there to Doomerang, just for having done it. And you do get the benefit of terror routes against the low leadership Skaven now. It's another issue, especially if you see that your opponent has terror-causing units on the field and you lose your Lord. It's pretty much instant guarantees of just mass blobbed routes from all of your very low leadership stuff. Skaven don't really have any way back into this. They're just summoning out waves of garbage. Some Jezzails come out. They're firing at the Eternal Guard. You can see doing pretty good damage. That shield breaker that they've got is really nice. It lowers... Oh, well, these guys don't even have the shield. These ones do, but the other variant is the unshielded guys. But even against the silver-shielded Eternal Guard, the Jezzails can still get some pretty good value against them, just because they lower the missile block chance so significantly. Very nice, underrated ability, Shield Breaker is. There's quite a few units that have that. Another underrated one that I've seen, people get some good effect out of at really high levels, is the Marauder Hunters for Norska. They're a throwing axe unit. They've got AP, and they've also got Shield Breaker on their missiles. They can do some pretty serious damage to SEs and to frontline units. Good value on the Wild Riders. I would guess this is the one that got the Jezzails and the Poison Wind Globes. 2100 on them. This one was just cleaning up skirmishers all game. 452 kills. Good grief. That's a lot of rats, dude. I mean, that's one of the fun things to do with the Raki. Is just the swarm tactics that they're able to bring out onto the field. And you can just push people off objectives by sheer weight of numbers, man. Nobody is going to match your totals. More often than not, at least. Death Runners, I don't see the point in bringing Death Runners against Wood Elves. This is an anti-armor and anti-infantry unit, and there's no armor on any of the infantry for the Wood Elves. And they've got all these Dryads who are going to trade very favorably into Death Runners. You didn't see any come out. Kramer, definitely keep that in mind for next time. You're better off. What would you be better off bringing? I don't hate bringing one Plague Monk Censer Bearer just for the flavor and the fun. And they can get good value if they get engaged into combat and they're able to break through the front line and start smacking up on some higher costed units. If you want to, you can bring some Plague Monks. They're a lot cheaper. They have a little bit more leadership. They trade fairly evenly into the front line of the Wood Elves. They need to be careful of Dryads, of course. Dryads just so damn solid with their 35 melee attack and magical damage. And a lot of the higher tier Skaven infantry do rely on physical resist in order to stick in fights. Especially the Death Runners and the Eshin Triads, were they? Yeah. Because they have 30% Phys Res. Stormvermin Halberds are usually the way to go. If you're bringing elites for the Skaven, these guys are very cost effective. Excellent against any large targets. They hold the line pretty well with their 70 leadership. A little vulnerable to missiles, of course, but again, that's why the Skaven have as many good missile pieces as they do. All these Jezzails will clear your opponent's missiles way quicker than they're able to get through your Storm Vermin. And then you can just spam out Skaven Slaves and Clan Rats. I honestly think saving the 50 gold on the Clan Rats is nice because you're bringing so many of them. And they're just a good meat shield no matter what. The extra 4 melee defense isn't really anything to speak of. The Bronze Shield is okay. It only does so much, though. And you can fit in more higher value units just by saving that 50 gold. Because if you're bringing 4 Clan Rats, you've saved 250 gold. Bringing the unshielded variant as opposed to the shielded ones. So you can squeeze in either, you know, a little bit more cost-effective Lord with some better magic or what have you, which is going to be really nice. Warp Gale, Flensing Ruin, that's really all Ikit ever needs. And then you can bring a Brass Orb, of course, which is a pretty nice little item. Or you can do Musk of Fear, since you're, you know, probably using these spells quite often during the game. You can get some pretty decent effect out of the passive, because it lowers melee attack by 12 and lowers leadership, which is really strong, man. Don't underestimate the ability to debuff your opponent. Buff spells can be a little bit lackluster, but passive map-wide debuffs are pretty insane. So you really shouldn't discount this as a lore passive. And you can just do this if you wanted to against the Wood Elves. It honestly wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. You just got tons of crap to throw at the front line early. And keep your Jezzails safe. Jezzails clear all the missiles in Skirmish Cav. And then they can turn their attention to hammering down the Dragon Lord with Howling Warp Gale available. You can overcast it for the extended effect duration, or just a regular cast. I would recommend overcasting. It's only 4 Winds of Magic more for double the duration. It's cheap, locks down for almost 30 seconds, and Jezzails are going to have an absolute field day with that much time to fire. They shoot pretty quickly. The ROR you can see here will get 3 volleys off in the time that Howling Warp Gale's active. And a regular one will get 2 really solid volleys. Big damage output, potentially. It's always nice to maybe even put in the Teeth Breakers in the back pocket. If you know that your opponent's army and faction likes to bring big dragon characters, Rattling Guns are still excellent at shutting down flying characters and monsters. And even multi-model units in general. They've got a speed debuff as well. So, they can slow down the time it takes for them to dive in. Oh, sorry, I just saw the chat here. Matchup where a rare occurrence where Storm Vermin shields are good. They'd be okay. I just think the AP is better and the anti-large bonus. Because if you lose all of your Skaven slaves and clan rats, and your opponent has to land on the ground with their dragon to try and get terror routes, the Storm Vermin and Halberds are going to put out some pretty good damage with their bonus versus large of 17. Storm Vermin with shields, your opponent's going to just land on these guys all day and just have an absolute clown show on them. Like, they're just going to get wrecked by the big monster. Storm Vermin are at least more of a deterrent. And then, like I said, you can clear the missiles out easier with your Jezzails. And the Poison Wind Mortars. If you really want to bring them, I guess you can. You can swap them out, and you can start with one in the opening there. But I prefer the longer, more effective damage that the Jezzails offer. The problem with the Poison Wind Mortars is they fire really slow. They're even squishier than the Jezzails are. They do have that HP spread across 12 models, I guess, which is nice. It's just that they don't have a shield, and their armor is lower, or about the same, actually. Yeah, same armor, but not having the shield makes them squishy at range. If your opponent sneaks some Swift Shiver shards forward and gets a volley off on the Poison Wind Mortars, they're just going to die immediately. I don't know. That's a good question, BotBot. Oh, that's sweet. Jezzails are actually inspired by an old Afghan gun of the same name. That figures. Alright, let's get back into one of these matches here. I've got tons of replays to still get through. And we've got an hour and 10 minutes, thereabouts, before the tournament starts. I should just go ahead and declare my faction, actually. We're playing in the SFT today, by the way. For those of you who just got here, we're going to be seeing how we can do. It might be kind of rough, but maybe we'll go on a run here. Lots of Dowie players. Oh, Outer Region playing Chaos Dowie. I'm playing Khorne. Who's shocked? I'm certainly not. Top 5 is banned, so that's honestly a lot of the bad matchups that Khorne has right now. Although I have figured out some tech against the Warriors of Chaos, Soul of Damnation. Skull Cannons and the Exalted Bloodthirster are able to take it out pretty quickly, but the other factions would be a little bit harder to deal with. Infernal Castellan's moving up. We've got a Sorcerer Prophet of Metal on the Lamassu. Searing Doom and Plague of Rust, very good spell choices. Of course, you've got the Miasma, which can silence and negates magical damage. Chalice of Blood and Darkness for the heals whenever your opponent casts. And a Great Cannon in the back firing into big stone pillars, which is a little unlucky, but Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders capping the number 1, immediately getting out of line of sight of the cannon. Doing their best to avoid it. They might hit some of the guys at the edge of the formation here. They got a little bit of LOS here, as you can see. We'll see how that works out. These things fire so damn slow, though. It takes all game to actually get all of the volleys off of it on a Great Cannon. I was talking with some people in the Under Empire Discord, and they were trash-talking Dom mode as if they thought artillery was some kind of ungodly, broken tech piece, just because you can summon units in on top of them. And I had to try and explain why exactly it is that artillery is not nearly as busted in Dom as they might think it might be. They just take forever to value trade. Grand Cannons for Cathay are some of the better options, but even here, no Harmony means it's going to be a long time before they end up outvaluing any of the Chaos Dowie artillery pieces, which do fire a lot quicker. Especially the Death Shriek rockets with the anti-infantry missile. These things fire every 4 seconds, which is absolutely bananas. And you can see here, getting a couple of shots on target on the Jade Warriors. Whiffing a little bit, though. Infernal Castellans, they're hanging out in the front line. They're just very durable. Hard to deal with. They do great damage at range. Trying to shoot the Astromancer and the Celestial General, both of whom are coming back here for the Death Shriek rocket launcher. Christopher's does have supplies in the bank. And yeah, Chaos Dowie Blunderbuss, actually. I would have said a Fireglaive would be the best thing to bring out. But Blunderbusses with the damage output honestly aren't a bad call either. You know, they're very short range and they don't have a suppression effect, but they hit hard as hell. They'll definitely be able to do big damage to these units if they try to engage back there against that Death Shriek. Jade Lancers with some Peasant Long Spears, hammering away at these Orc Laborers and the Chaos Dowie Warriors. Onyx Crowmen moving over to support them, going to be landing in that combat, trying to contribute a little bit. Should be a winning position for Cathay, especially now that the Harmony is getting online. That's probably the nicest thing about the Crowmen, is that they give the melee buffs to all your Spears and Jade Warriors and Lancers and stuff. They don't get a lot of benefit. They get extra leadership, which is nice. A little bit more speed on them, but it's nothing crazy. It's really just the fact that they're able to be frontline units, or support the frontline type of units, to keep your Harmony up when you are losing your archers or crossbows or whatever it is that you decided to waddle forward, because it can be very hard for Cathay to protect its backline and Dom. There's so many avenues of approach. Cathay is much better in land battles where they're able to keep tighter formations and force opponents into them a little bit more. Cathay is oftentimes in domination mode, either advancing into a bad situation or they're trying to just form up and desperately hold two objectives all game. If they're able to do that, they can be pretty difficult to deal with. But the stage of the game that we're seeing here, with all of these spread out Cathay forces, you've got a bunch of guys off on their own little objective out here. Number one objective is slowly being flipped, but Chaos Dowie Warriors, very durable unit, very hard to get through. Peasant Archers aren't going to contribute much against them either. Peasant Long Spears will grind into them forever. These guys have the expendable cap weight as well. Very bad at taking objectives. Jade Warriors moving over, but there's just so many shielded Chaos Dowie Warriors left. With the Infernal Castellans, if this guy gets up on point, it's going to be very hard for Cathay to hang on to this point. There's just too much going on out here on the number 3. You have to hold your points, your 2 points that you push up onto early as Cathay. And if your opponent is just absolutely wrecking themselves by running into your main formation, and you see an opportunity to take a side point with a Lancer or something, you should go for it. Just to pull a little bit of attention away. But Cathay is just struggling mightily to do anything right now because they've lost most of their range. They've got Crane Gunners all the way in the back line here, firing into the forest at this Iron Demon, which is just trolling around in the back lines now. Grand Cannon, you can see it's gotten pretty okay value up to this point, 600, but it's not making a big enough difference here in the front line. It could be shooting both Centaur Renders if it got the opportunity. This is not a great map for cannons in general. The best place to put the cannon is back here. You can keep it on this deploy zone if you want to, or you can push it up to this Vanguard, and then it can get a little bit of a better vantage onto the number 2. When you've got it in this narrow little alley, all you can do is shoot here and out on the number 1, and Cathay was supposed to be playing on these 2 objectives, but they just decided, Despoiler decided, I guess, that he really wanted all 3 points, which is just too greedy for Cathay as a whole. Especially when you're bringing the Astromancer and the Celestial General. These are very expensive entities if you're bringing both of them out. They also don't have access to healing. So you can see the Astromancer very low on HP, getting surrounded by both Centaur Renders as well. With the great weapons, very good counter. Probably going to be able to finish this guy off, and then you're not going to have Uranons, no more Wind Blasts, no Moon Flare. No Rolling Skies passive to make it easier to trade up top. All the infantry, they get pushed off, and now the Chaos Dowie are just sending stuff up to stuff the slow infantry push of Cathay. Searing Doom coming in. I've been seeing a lot of Searing Dooms. They haven't gotten incredible value, but they've been wearing down the Jade Warriors pretty nicely, which in its own right is a good idea. Killing all of the cap weight for Cathay and forcing them to have to push back in with infantry is much better than Cathay having out a bunch of Jade Lancers and Crane Gunners and whatever range tools they want to bring. So, you can be losing and down in value against Cathay as long as you've got the objectives and you're forcing them into a position to have to push into you. And I've really liked the Castellans, dude. They haven't gotten a ton of value, but this one's locked in combat against the Crane Gunners, shutting down their shooting this entire time, giving an opportunity for the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders to get in and get the flank off. Really nice getting that base weapon damage buff. And the Deathstreak Rocket nukes the Wolf Raiders, but it also one-shot the remaining Crane Gunner, which is pretty amazing. What a combo, dude. Nothing like a little bit of chaff just to throw in and watch your opponent lose all of their high damage tools on the field. Another Searing Doom, really well cast, killing multiple Jade Warrior halberds, lowering their leadership, putting them on death's bed. Should be pretty easy to finish those guys off. And the Bull Centaur Renders, good value, finished up the Astromancer. I do believe the Celestial General just got the Celestial Sweep off on them. I saw him take a big burst of damage. That's just a really strong ability. It's good against literally everything in the game. But this guy's a little too lonely now. No magic left. He can't carry it. He can't cap anything either. You can see Cathay pushing up onto the number 3. The Iron Demon has been an absolute nightmare as well. 232 kills, 1400 value. It can't get much better than that. It's got Hellbound too, so it's got Fizz Res and it's Perfect Vigor. It's just going to wheel away now. Get off of this point. Go run over some other Cathay warriors somewhere else. Trying to escape the Righteous Lances here. And the Demolition Rocket comes in. Kills one model. Demo Rocket's a lot less good. It's got a much longer reload time. Does a ton of damage. But against multi-entity units like the Righteous Lances, it doesn't have a big explosion radius. So it really can only kill one model at a time. Which is okay. It wears stuff down slowly but surely. It's just not very efficient. It'd be better shooting at the Celestial General right now. Because the Celestial General would have to really focus in. You'd have to spend a lot of time in micro trying to avoid the Demo Rocket if your Lord's being threatened there. Hanging on to the points. Cathay, just an absolute shambles right now. The Righteous Lances just got obliterated. These are a cool unit. They can do pretty nicely for themselves. Not against Bull Centaur Renders, though. They don't have anti-large. Bull Centaur Renders, dedicated anti-large unit. Look, this guy looks absolutely, like, gacked out of his mind. I don't even want to know what kind of drugs the Chaos Dowie Centaurs are up to doing. Yeah, I'll check out your Ranger Rush. Mass Rangers can be pretty strong for the Dwarves. The Great Weapon Rangers are usually kind of bad. If you're bringing them, I would just not. You can just bring the regular Rangers and Bugmans and do a lot better. Unless you bring the ROR. The ROR Ranger Great Weapon is pretty nice because they have the debuff hex on them, which can do some pretty nice damage. Let me see if I have any of your replays. I don't see any of them. Let me get back to the Discord real quick. Maybe I missed them along the way here. I could have sworn that I saved everything, though. Send me the replays, Uberman. And I'll see what I can do. Okay, I actually found him here. Oh, duh, right here. Okay. Rune Lords, very nice. I like these guys. Rune of Speed and Wrath and Ruin is solid. If you're going for a big missile line, you can always bring, I think it's literally just called Rune of Slowness. That gives a 45% debuff to speed. It gives you a lot of time to pepper things down with the Ranger front, or the Ranger back line. Moving up, we've got some minor blasting charges, lots of Rangers. They should be able to outtrade the Marauder Horsemen pretty horrendously. Nurgle Horsemen do have a shield, which helps their survivability a lot. They are really low armor. You can see they are taking some serious damage, and the Dowie Cannon singing in the deep. Big value on it. It's got gold chevrons, too. Wow. It's a lot to commit to an artillery piece. That is going to help its damage output, though. Using a cannon on Cassards isn't a bad idea. Again, though, this is a map with a lot of shot blockers. You can see how many trees there are. Every single one of these trees can block the cannons from actually landing and doing real damage. That's just something to be mindful of, but it's gotten a good initial couple volleys. We've got miners engaged on the Nurglings. They got their blasting charges off. Really nice. Rangers getting hammered right now by the Soul Grinder and a Stream of Corruption. Very nice cast from Nurgle. Noxbringer, also destroying ammo too, which is pretty nasty. It can be a long time. It doesn't demolish nearly as much ammo as people think it does, I think. You can see it's taken out several volleys off the Rangers, but I don't know. I think that's a little bit overestimated by a lot of people. It's really good against artillery, I guess. If you can't dive it. Nurgle can struggle to dive things. But by that same point, you're exposing the Noxbringer to the artillery cruise fire. Probably not very worth it. Furies get on top of the Gyros here. Gyros not very good at surviving against Furies of any kind. Even the Nurgle Furies, who don't have great damage output, can do some pretty good work against them. They're also getting debuffed because of the poison. You're very lucky your opponent stopped pursuing here, because these Furies are just kind of hovering over the point now. And the Rangers getting some very cost-effective fire in. What Bo should have done, seeing all of these Rangers out, what you do is you try to avoid taking the fight early. Cap up your home point. Bring out your Pestigors and other units that are going to grind through the frontline units. And then you try to overwhelm with swarms of Furies and Plague Toads. Both of which are very strong against the Dowie. You can see Marauder Great Weapons. They were doing okay. They got nailed by a pretty nasty volley from the Ironbreakers here. Cracking through them pretty cleanly. And leaving the Ulthar's Raiders and the Dowie Warriors much freer now to get around the battlefield and find another engagement to get involved with. Miners out here on the flank don't get an opportunity to fire into the Pestigors. You do make up for that small mistake by immediately getting the Rangers online to start peppering these guys down. Very low armor. Little bit of missile resist helps them out. They're not going to get through this miner in time, though. This is just 650 or 675 gold value you're throwing away. Like, Bo should have known that there were Rangers here because they were revealed earlier in the game when they opened up on the skirmish cav. All of which are getting shut down. Not microing the skirmish cav around is another death sentence for Nurgle here. Taking a lot of unnecessary damage by not maneuvering these guys around effectively. And just slowly trickling in infantry against the dwarves is not going to be very cost-effective. It takes way too much to remove their durable infantry from objectives. The best thing you can do against the Dowie is you ignore the front line as much as possible. You want to value trade on the missiles, and use chariots to like run over all of the frontline stuff if you can. Which not all factions have access to. That's usually the best way to deal with the Dowie, though. Just big brick walls of infantry backed up by rangers. Almost always going to out-trade low armor factions. And Nurgle tends to run pretty low armor. They can bring Chaos Warriors, but they can get a little pricey. And going too narrow against the Dwarves is its own risk. Just because they have so much cap weight, they can just slowly overwhelm you on the points. And make your life a living hell. The number 3 objective really is about the only place that Bo is doing very well for himself. The Furies have taken down the gyrocopters back here. Furies getting on top of the cannons, starting to shut them down now. Bo finally starting to get back in this game. Been trading pretty negatively out on this number 1 objective. Please don't send another Pestigore over there. Just keep these guys back. There, we get a Fury out. Fury can go shut down one of the Rangers. Pestigores can get through the Miner and then go into the other Ranger unit. That's how you want to try and engage Dowie. You need to keep their missiles shut down by your front line that can actually get through the heavy armor. Grinds through the infantry. Rune of Wrath and Ruin, just devastating these overly blobbed infantry. There are some Chaos Warrior great weapons mixed in here, who I have kind of missed. They haven't gotten very good value, though. I would guess it's partly because of the gyros that have been shooting them. They've been very blobbed up, Rangers firing in on them, also doing some pretty effective damage over time. And they've gotten some pretty decent value here. Nothing too extreme. These ones have doubled up pretty much, which is really nice. These guys out here also doing pretty well for themselves. Miners microing over to get after the Pestigores, and the Furies just abandon this fight to go after the gyros, which I don't hate. You do need to shut down gyros whenever you get the opportunity to. They're just such a big, cost-effective damage dealer for the Dowie. You can't afford to leave them uncontested. Furies landing on top of Slayer Pirates isn't bad either. Slayer Pirates are unbreakable, which is worth remembering. It can be a little hard to completely shut those guys down with Furies. Usually the best thing you can do against Slayer Pirates is engage them with the Furies early. Then once you've got an infantry unit nearby, you send the infantry in and pull the Furies out, and then they can go hunt down gyros again. Because even a half-health Fury unit is going to be able to shut down a gyro entirely. Gyros have 6 melee defense. They can't afford to be in combat at all before they start taking ruinous amounts of damage. Really nice job with the Miners here, just buffering back the Pestigores, and using the Rangers to pincushion those guys. You can see they are disengaging from the Miners now, and they are going to be getting onto the Rangers, but they're very low health now. The few blasting charges that remain could also maybe do enough damage with a rear charge from the Miners to break those guys. But Miners do end up routing. We got another blasting charge moving out of Vanguard. Even if you lose the Rangers at this stage of the game, I would pull this one back, leave this one tied in combat. You can always rally up the Miners, push off the remaining Pesties, and then just quickly retake the objective. You want to try and save as many of your units as possible. You don't want to give your opponent any opportunities to trade freely onto your missile line. If you can make every trade as agonizing as possible as the Dowie, you're usually going to be able to win the matchup. Soul Grinder locked in combat, 1500 value on this thing. Takes a ruinous blasting charge volley from the Ironbreakers, man. Wow. Good damage on this Noxbringer here. I get, do they have more AP than the regular blasting charges? Hold on. They do. Oh, very interesting. I didn't actually know that until now. Learning something every day. So, Ironbreakers have better AP on their blasting charges. So you can see when they actually get those volleys off on an SE, man, they just took about 1000 HP off the Chaos Sorcerer. Damn, they really punished these guys. Pestigore's hanging in here. Lots of Miners and some Dowie Warriors engaged against them. Nurgle just completely pushed back, losing the Lord. That's an interesting little tech I never actually knew about. Ironbreaker's low-key good against single entities, apparently, with their own shooting. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Any little bit helps. I wouldn't hate to see more Ironbreakers in people's armies, honestly. I mean, Ironbreakers are probably the most frustrating unit to deal with in the game. If you don't have artillery to shoot down Ironbreakers, they hold through tons of missile fire with their high armor values, and I think they have slightly better than Silver Shields. I know it says it's a Silver Shield, but I think they get a slight boost. No, it is just a standard Silver. Okay. There's a couple of units in the game that get slightly buffed shield statistics. I could have sworn it was these guys, but apparently not. Just having them out on the field with 66 melee defense, dude. I mean, that is insane on an infantry unit. There are only a couple of units able to effectively hit against them. That would be like Wrathmongers and the ROR Wrathmongers specifically. Even Exalted Bloodletters have a hard time against Ironbreakers. So they're a really nice tool to bring out if you just want to waddle up onto a point and leave something alone to fend for itself. That's really one of the best ways to get value out of those guys, because it attracts a ton of attention. And oftentimes, because of the way the tooltips look in the game, sometimes people don't notice the ammo value bar underneath their flag, and they can mistake these guys for like a standard Dowie warrior. They send something over that's not very efficient against Ironbreakers. Ironbreakers just wreck them with a blasting charge or outgrind them in melee, and then your opponent's wondering what the hell's going on. They finally notice, they overreact and send a ton of stuff over there. Cool little tool. I like them. Yeah, exactly, Jack. The only issue is how effective cheap armor spam is for the Dowie. Oh, they throw stick grenades. Oh, okay. That's pretty fun. Let's check out the other Dowie Rush build that you had. It's so funny to call it a Rush build when it's dwarves. You know, they're not getting anywhere anytime soon. But any little bit of Vanguard helps. Capping points early as the dwarves is a really good idea. Because, you know, if you bring too wide of a front line with Dowie warriors and quarrelers and stuff, it can take so long to get to the points that if you don't lock down your objectives early and are able to hold them clean, you can end up in a situation where you just can't effectively cap points in the later stages of the game as your front line breaks down and you lose ranged tools to punish your opponent with. So we got Tabith versus Uberman here, of course. Once again bringing pretty much the same army. We've got some Iron Drakes this time, though, which is really fun to see. The Flamethrower variant is not as good as the Trollhammer. The Flamethrowers can do damage to SEs, but it's not as effective. They're much shorter range, and it can take some time to get them in position to roast out enemy infantry if your opponent's being very careful. We'll see how they do here, though. They're a very flavorful unit, if nothing else. Typically, though, a Flame Cannon is a better option, because Flame Cannons have 250 range, and they hit just as hard as the Iron Drakes do. They're a little bit easier to protect, just because they actually have that good range value on them. But they're going to be waddling forward here. We've got the Immune to Psychology Rune of Hearth and Home. Also lowers Vigor, which I completely forgot about. Rune Lord, probably one of the better tools in the game for the Dowie in terms of a cheap Lord if you're not going with like a Lord Goon Squad with the Dragon Slayers and stuff. This guy has some battlefield support. That ITP in an aura around him is also really solid. Especially against undead factions that have like tons of units that cause fear and terror. It can help you hold in really nicely and keep your stuff from terror routing off the field. Cetra just absolutely flattens this miner unit over here. Just completely wrecks them. Uberman getting some pretty cost-effective volleys, though, early. Firing in on the Chosen of the Gods and really good targeting with the Ulthar's Raider Hex. Uses marked by Ulthar, lowering missile block, armor, and missile resistance. Making these guys very squishy now. Massed fire from the Rangers and the artillery piece is probably going to be enough to shut those down early. Just being able to shut these guys out. The Chosen of the Gods, probably one of the best missile units in the game. Effective against everything. That's always a nice thing to say about something. But they're losing models pretty rapidly, down to less than half health. Starting to crumble on the leadership, too. Dropping models like crazy, down to 7 right now. Cetra's doing really nicely for himself, which is a little unavoidable. If you're really good with your micro on Cetra, it's very rare that he's not going to just start dunking on all the units that he gets into combat with. His collision attacks are just so crazy. Ushabti hanging out in the woods here. Tabith definitely needing those guys to be a little bit more active and maneuvering around on the field a little bit more. You could use them to collapse this miner with blasting charges, but just shutting down the Iron Drakes right now is probably the best thing you can do. Yeah, Cetra on 1, you can either go and help finish with him there, or send it to the other side and shut the other Iron Drake down, because they're clearing out all the Skeleton Warriors here. Tomb King's good against a lot of factions. This is definitely a matchup, though, where they can really struggle, just because of how bad their infantry are. Like, not only do they have expendable cap weight, they have no damage output against the dwarves. They can't even beat a basic Dowie Warrior. And they lose pretty hard to them also, because low armor on Skeleton Warriors, very high armor on Dowie Warriors. Provided, of course, they're not being sundered. That's thanks to the Blessed Legion of Demonetization back here. Firing in, helping chip down these guys. It's just a wet noodle contest, though. And it is one that the Dowie win eventually. I don't know how Tomb Kings win this matchup. Just lots of effective ranged, I guess, and really good micro on Chosen of the Gods. Chariots, Skeleton Chariots probably help a ton here as well. Yeah, I'll check out your Rat Mirror for sure. Dowie are taking this game over pretty dominantly. You've got Skelly Horsemen being crushed out here. Dowie Miners with a vicious blasting charge volley on both of the Horseman units, who are pretty blobbed up here. Gonna crumble one of them out, and they might even be able to beat the other one in melee. Miners have pretty awful melee stats, but they do at least have AP. Skeleton Horsemen have little to none. I don't actually know who wins in a 1v1. I mean, with the blasting charge volley, I would guess the Miners, no matter what, but other than that, who's to say? We'll have to do some testing on it sometime. Ushabti hanging out, beating up on the Rune Lord, but the Rune Lord is pretty durable. Not taking a ton of punishment. Lots of Skeleton Warriors blobbed up on him. Gyro's hanging out overhead, but they do get gunned down by good focus fire from the Skelly Archers. Really nice stuff. These Skelly Archers are really the only thing keeping Tabith in this game right now. Cetra is on death's bed. Definitely been getting shot by the cannon for a little bit now. Ulthar's Raiders probably got some big volleys off on them. Judging by the fact that they've got 1300 value, I would guess that's where their volleys have been going. And the Ranger Micro has been really good, man. Cheap missile units that can get double their value. There's really nothing you can, there's really no gainsaying it. I mean, there's some of the most cost-effective units in the game, like Ungor Raiders, Rangers, Skelly Archers, like Tabitha's got out. They're usually pretty good. Blessed Legion didn't quite pay for themselves. The problem with the Skeleton Archers in this matchup is just that they're firing into so many silver shields and decent armor values that they kind of fall apart in terms of their actual damage. I mean, they've used most of their volleys, and they've barely paid for themselves here. You know, Could be going a lot better for the Tomb Kings, but this is not the most efficient build against the Dwarves. I would guess that you probably want to go with a melee Shabti rush, because you can see that all of the Ushabti that are out here on the field are actually doing okay for themselves. They're getting a little focus down in the trees here, but keeping them in the forest isn't bad either, since it is going to mitigate a fair amount of the missile damage. But the Iron Drakes with a perfect angle and a Ruin of Wrath and Ruin, I don't know if that actually did any decent damage to these guys. It's only 25 damage and only 40% of his AP. I would guess that it's really just the Iron Drakes focusing them down right now that's really messing those guys up. And where are the other Iron Drake unit? Really haven't gotten a lot of value, but wrecking skeletons as they try to waddle into combat isn't bad, I guess. 100 damage, about 300 gold. I think they cost like 700-800 gold though. This one gonna pay for itself eventually. Takes a long time though. They have a pretty long reload time also for a flamethrower. That's one thing that I would like to see for the Iron Drakes maybe. Just make them reload a little bit quicker. I mean, they're so short range to begin with. You would like for them to be able to actually lock units down and do good damage to them on the way in. As opposed to getting within range and firing off like 2 volleys max, even against infantry, and then they just get jumped on by whatever is attacking them. It's a little rough. Tomb Scorpion has done okay. I mean, not a lot of value again. It does have Terror on it though, so it can Terror route Dowie off the field. Pretty good at pursuit, pretty disruptive. We'll have to go to the drawing board and maybe give some time to counterpick a Dowie army like this. Cetra just walking back and forth. Tabitha doing a very good job of keeping the Lord alive, otherwise this game would be even more over. All the units that are left on the field would just crumble out immediately, probably. You can see the Tomb Scorpion getting chunked down by the cannon. No answers for the cannon either is pretty brutal. It's gotten 1,200 value. Silver chevrons on, or not silver, but full gold chevrons on it. I think they're more expensive than the actual value that it got that game. Let me see. Great cannons are 800 normally. Okay, 1115 isn't bad. I guess a fully vetted cannon isn't a terrible option. You know, that's 200 more gold that you're paying. Or 300 more gold, sorry. I keep forgetting that these are 800. I'm thinking of the Grand Cathay cannons, I think. Because the cannons are all different price points. You can see here, 900 gold. Empire is 800, just like the Dowie artillery is. It's not consistent across all the factions. I don't like seeing Tomb Kings lose. Or you like seeing Tomb Kings lose, you don't like seeing Dowie win. That's some of the truest words ever spoken by a living human, honestly. I'm not a huge fan of playing against the Tomb Kings personally. I guess it is because I main Khorne. It's a pretty tough matchup. Dowie, though, I don't really struggle against all that much, just because Khorne is so good at killing their units. Dowie front lines just melt under the weight of Bloodletter spam, dude. It's really rough. And Bloodletters are quick enough that if you're really good with your micro, you can kite out blasting charges, which is pretty funny to pull off. Because then the one advantage with the shock damage that the Dowie have is immediately just mitigated completely. So, Raki v. Raki here. We've got Kramer v. Foreskin. And Clan Rat lines coming in, lots of Skaven slaves. Slings, Night Runners slings as well. Actually, no Skaven slave slings. It's just Night Runners. On the other side, it does look to be the Skaven slave slings here. A little bit heavier into the Jezzails and the Poison Wind mortars here. Poison Wind Mortar's going to be able to do some pretty damn solid work here. They really don't have a lot to threaten them either. There's Natty Bubos, and that's about it. They'll have a field day against the standard Globadiers here, who are very short range. We'll get good value on these Gutter Runners, though. So these Gutter Runners need to be very careful. They're well within the danger zone now. This is Foreskin. God, dude. Mirror matches throwing me off like crazy here. But Foreskin moving up the Poison Wind Globes. Could have gotten a volley off on the Gutter Runners potentially, but they do push into the back line now, getting away. And lining up some volleys on the Clan Rats. Not a bad idea. The problem with Poison Wind Globes, I imagine, in the mirror is just that if your opponent does go really heavy into Jezzail weapon teams, they'll be able to shoot them down before they can really engage in combat. So I can kind of see what you're saying about feeling like your inferior, or your army comp is a little bit worse than your opponent. It's going okay, though. You've got the Warlord on the... Wow, I've never seen a Warlord on the Brood Horror. I didn't even know the Warlord could come in on the Brood Horror, honestly. Deadly Onslaught, Regen, Shielded Distraction. I like Shielded Distraction. It's a nice debuff. Should be able to beat up on Icket pretty badly. Ooh, Death Runner sneaked through the back line, too. That's tricky, man. Doomflayer's running over some spears out here. Just Skaven Slave spears, so they don't have a lot of damage. Yeah, red and green, there we go. If only there were... I think there is a blue faction, a blue Skaven faction. Clan Rictus or whatever, or Nodwell or something. You could have red versus blue in Warhammer. Hell yeah. Skaven Slaves fighting in the front line with the Clan Rats. Bombardiers getting some... Or Globadiers, not Bombardiers. Getting some pretty good shots off. Wrecking the Gutter Runners. Oh, that's brutal for Kramer. They're in full retreat. They have taken ruinous damage, and the Poison Winds hitting them a little bit on the way out and chipping through the last little bit of their health. I really would probably just unsummon these guys at this stage. Not going to be able to do a whole lot with the HP they've got remaining. Death Runners do get on top of the Poison Wind Mortars, and they have just really infiltrated in here really nicely, man. Really good use of the Death Runner ambushes. And the Doomflayers on the other side looking to maybe get a full surround and push onto the other Poison Wind Mortar team. You're doing a very good job. Honestly, the engagements are going pretty favorably for you. Your front line is losing a little bit, which sucks, and your Poison Wind Globadiers, they're a little out of position right now. The Night Runner slings haven't gotten much done. I mean, the problem with the Night Runner slings... They probably get out-traded by focused Skaven Slave fire. Like, it's neck and neck, dude. It's so crazy, man. Skaven Mirror Match has got to be one of the messiest ones in the game. Especially in trying to figure out who's winning exactly, because all the units are so cheap. And, if they're, you know, if you're lucky, they're getting cost-effective value, but it's kind of hard to find that value. When you're just firing into, like, cheap garbage all game. Although, these Storm Vermin with the shields, I just noticed them here, getting absolutely dunked on. 168 value on a 950 gold unit. Very inefficient trade. Poison and Globadiers having a field day right now with 1,300 gold value. Rat Ogres pushing into the back line, but a staunch line of Skaven Slave Spears advances to meet them. Who would win? Coughing Baby versus Hydrogen Bomb, for real. I mean, my god. I can't think of a more uneven fight. Even though these guys do have a bonus versus large, that's a whopping 15 melee attack. And Rat Ogres have bad melee defense, but it ain't that bad, so... they whip on some of the Clan Rats. They're going to pull away from all of the Skaven Slaves now. If they get, like, one unit to get up here and help them, then they can re-engage, but... Leadership is crumbling a little bit. They're probably going to rout, but they'll be back, I'm sure. Censer Bearers moving up. We've got the Jezzails back here getting some very effective damage in. The Poison Wind Mortars really haven't been doing too hot. This one's doing okay. The issue that they run into is that they've got a low ammo count of 14. And Poison Wind Globadiers are much cheaper, and they get more volleys. And they can just creep up with the main front line and sit behind everything. Honestly, Foreskin, I would say that your army comp isn't worse in any real way other than maybe the Night Runner slings. I think that you could just bring the Skaven Slave slings and do just as well, because you can see the one remaining Night Runner sling hasn't paid for itself yet. It doesn't really have anything to shoot either, except for the Plague Monk's Sensor Bearers. Firing into all these Skaven Slaves and Clan Rats is going to take forever to, like, chew through all their health. It's not a very cost-effective target either. You can just save the 250 gold and probably bring out better units in response instead. Rat Ogres moving over into the Skaven Slave Spears. Going to be able to do some nice damage to them. Some Clan Rats over here are breaking the other Skaven Slave, and they are going to rout pretty much immediately, man. I mean, they just got flattened on the charge and just get beat into the dirt, man. Oh my goodness. Plague Monk Sensor Bearers against the Council Guard. Wow, man. This is probably one of the few cost-effective trades you'll ever see for a Plague Monk Sensor Bearer. They're still struggling, though. I mean, the Night Runner slings are actually getting some good damage done against them. And the Council Guard are unbreakable. So, there they go. Not going to be able to get anything done. They are routing off the field. Kramer's problem, even though he's up in value now, is losing all of these really expensive infantry and not being able to cap up the points as a result, man. Throwing up some Rat Ogres up top here. They did really well against the Skaven Slaves, but now they've run into Clan Rat Spears and Sensor Bearers, and they just get absolutely mollywopped, dude. On the way out, running for their lives. They got 1,000 value, though. It's not bad. These Plague Monk Sensor Bearers already got more value than their counterpart on the low ground here. And these guys ostensibly had a better opportunity to get damage. Clan Rats doing their best, struggling though. More Poison Wind Globes trotting over, looking to get some damage done. And what do we have left over here? Man, these Poison Wind Mortars, dude. Why are they not firing? I know they've gotten damaged a ton, but, I mean, they've only fired 4 volleys off here. I don't know what's happening with the targeting from them. But Kramer really needs them to start doing something sooner than later. And this is just absolutely disgusting. Just dropping Scorch over and over again on the Sensor Bearers with the Warlock Engineer. Doesn't have a ton of value, but, you know, damage values don't really mean a whole lot in this game sometimes. They can be a little funky. Warlord's off in the forest here. I know you said you sniped out your opponent's Lord. And Ikit is no longer on the field. I would guess that's what's been going on up here. I don't see a dead Ikit anywhere. Do see lots of dead Clan Rats up here, though. So, some kind of shenanigans have been going on in the trees. There's just been so much going on in the middle. I haven't really been able to pay much attention to it all. Sensor Bearers hanging on to the back point. Tons of Plague Monks coming out. Plague Monks, okay, a little risky, but the Wolf Rats are going to shut down the Poison Wind Mortars again. Doing a very good job. You did a very good job of shutting down your opponent's backline. You didn't get amazing value diving the backline, but just getting damage and taking models off of the mortars and the Jezzails and everything is in its own right pretty effective. And it looks like Kramer has forgotten about a Wolf Rat up top here, which is just chilling in the corner. They probably threatened to run off and assumed that they would and has now forgotten about them. And, you know, you hate to see Skaven Slaves just being thrown up into the front line in waves the way they are, especially with Plague Monks on the field. Skaven Slave Slings should be able to get some good value here. And in fact, these guys have gotten almost 400 value, doubling up on what they cost to bring in, which really isn't too bad. You love to see cost efficiency out of crappy units like this. That's why I was saying that you, Foreskin, should probably just bring the Skaven Slave Slings next time. You're not relying on your slings for the heavy-hitting damage. And just having cheap ones out as another layer of the onion as well as the potential that they can double up and get 400 value on their 200 gold cost. Pretty sick. That's what I would definitely be sticking with. Kramer's just throwing everything at the wall now, not having a lot of success. A nice flank with the wolf rats and the rat ogres does push back the globadiers here. Death runners moving up. We've got plague monks trying to buffer clan rats here. Excuse me. Sensor bearers could get back here before these rat ogres push through and disengage, and get some good damage there. I guess you do kind of need them on the middle, though. I mean, it looks like Kramer is sending a bunch of stuff here. It's mostly beat-up clan rats and a bunch of Skaven slaves. God, dude, I feel like these mortars might actually be friendly firing their own stuff a bunch, too. Because they're not a very accurate unit, and that damage over time is imbued on anything caught in the AoE of the blast. And you can see it is getting applied to the Skaven slaves and his own storm vermin here, which is not great. It's pretty punishing, man. It's a very expensive unit to be friendly firing. Like, I don't hate what Kramer is doing, just flooding the field with bodies. In a way, it's working, but without the Lord's leadership on the field, it's going to get to a point where they're all going to chain route at some point. And just bleed shit tons of value for you. Warlord is regenning in the back. He's got enough HP that he can probably go in. He does have Terror on the Brood Horror, which would be really nice up here in the front line. There is nothing to protect the leadership here. No ITP anywhere on the field for you. Or on the field for Kramer. So just getting in here, you could terror out like literally this entire army for Kramer right now with one good charge. You get some plague monks engaging onto the rear. You just surround this formation and just jump on it, and they're gonna all run away. You've got the rat ogres punching through into the back line, getting on top of your poison wind globes again. Really have gotten shut down the second time around. We got the death runners doing their best. This isn't a great situation for them, with just hordes of chaff out on the field and rat ogres. Honestly, you probably could have just used them to do another, like, sweeping flank to try and shut down this new poison wind mortar that's out on the field. They're firing in. This one's gotten some pretty good damage. They're hitting the clan rat spears, doing a little damage to the rat ogres. You can see Kramer's infantry, a lot of the clan rats, a lot of the Skaven slaves, starting to rout away now. Warlock Engineer's probably going to get down to the rat ogres, but it's not the worst thing in the world. He is occupying their attention while you start to push units around behind them. You can see they're trying to pull out, and they take a nasty bit of damage from the Warlord. I'm really curious about this Warlord dude. You know, people usually bring Throt as their durable lord option as the Skaven. Most of the time you see Ikit, of course. I don't hate this guy, though. I mean, he's got an okay HP pool overall. With regen, a nice little debuff item, and is fast as hell on this Brood Horror. With a cheap, and being a cheap source of terror is nice, also. Warlord does get surrounded by the rat ogres, which is very unfortunate. You can see, can only do so much. Having support with him is pretty crucial. He kind of moved in when the infantry were all kind of pushed away as well, and then chose the worst target to try and dive uncontested and alone. It's very close, though, and he's not off the field, so you're not getting punished for losing him. You do have the ticket lead. It is on your opponent to triple cap. Is moving up, just tons of clan rats. Look at all the Skaven swarming everywhere, dude. I don't even want to know how many casualties there have been this game. There have to be at least like 5,000 dead rats on the field, just scattered all over the place. And you know, every time you unsummon your units, the bodies go away. So it's just a guessing game at this point, but I mean, look at the devastation here. Just hordes and hordes of units being thrown into the meat grinder. This is World War I stuff, man. I mean, you got the plague, you got the chemical warfare going on, you've got, like, potentially machine guns with rattling guns. You got little shock troopers, the Plague Monk sensor bearers, the elites, you know, with their fixed bayonets. If only they had an actual, like, ranged attack, you'd be in the trenches themselves at that point. Poison Wolf Rats find the gutter runners in the back line doing some damage. Forcekin able to hang on to the points. Crazy game. Absolute shenanigans going on there. There's no way these are accurate. If I'm not mistaken, when you unsummon units, it basically removes the number of losses on the unit itself, and then it goes back in the pool and it replenishes, and then it's as if it's a completely new thing. So the losses, not totally on point, but they had to have been pretty damn high. Oh my god. Globadiers did alright. Buboes, man, 2,000 value on them, really nicely done. 1,200 on the Giselles for Kramer. Poisonwind Mortars were actually doing some pretty good work on a couple of occasions, but did a really good job in the early game of shutting them down with the Death Runners, who got some pretty good value just from that one jump. I like the Sensor Bearers. They ain't bad. It's a little risky. What is going on with the freaking banners? Like, I thought no, there is the Council Guard on this side too. Mirror matches are so fucking confusing, man. I'm too I'm too low IQ for keeping all of this organized and straightforward. Obviously. Yeah, just get rid of the Night Runner slings. I don't think you really need them, for one. They're more expensive than Skaven Slave slings. How much value did your opponent's Skaven Slave slings almost did as well as your backline did for a fraction of the price? Just bring them next time. And then you've got 500 gold that you've saved from not bringing those guys and bringing the Skaven Slaves instead. So you could bring, what could you bring for 500 gold for the Skaven? You could either, give some shields to your stuff, or you could bring the Vulcan's Tail Slashers. They're a cheeky unit. They're a little bit better than your standard clan rat. They got extra weapon strength, which is really nice, honestly. Flaming attacks? Sure, why not? Or you could just bring... You could just max out on Skaven Slaves. Because they're, 4 of them is going to be, 500 gold, so you're just lacking 1. You can just throw bodies in like nobody's business. Soak up a ton of damage early. And give your, units time to advance up without taking as much of a pounding early. There's a lot of things you could do with the extra money, basically. I am right, though. These guys are... Yeah, they are 450 as opposed to 200. You just can't beat the Skaven Slave slings for cost efficiency sometimes. 200 gold, they have terrible damage output, but if they use all their ammo, they're gonna get their value back and a little more. Which is kind of wild. Usually, if you're bringing Night Runners or Gutter Runners, just bring the Javelins or the Throwing Stars, I guess. That's what they really are. They hit harder. They're pretty damaging. And then, you know, they can double up on duty for charging into combat. I've played around with slings a bunch as Skaven myself and never really been all that impressed outside of the Gutter Runner slingers. That's partially, though, because these guys have Stalk and they have Poison. So they can actually poke people down a little bit more effectively, and they're harder to dive, so they don't get shut down easily at all. 54 speed. You can see just better stats overall than the regular Night Runners. They have more... They don't have any more charge bonus, but they got more missile strength, too. You know, Pebbles can stack up. Having that extra point of AP damage on the Gutter Runner slings is pretty awesome. And just being able to sneak up out of Vanguard and start throwing things onto people from, you know, a position they're not expecting is pretty nice from these Gutter Runners. And then you can back it up with, like, Eschens to, like, really trip your opponent up because they think they need to shut these guys down urgently. They send some cavalry or some big stuff over, and then the Eschen Triads get mixed in there. And they can really shred your opponent's counters. Yeah, okay, that's... You know what? Let's do a little comparison. Throt on the Brood Horror with no abilities. 1,300 gold, 6,600 HP, 50 melee attack, 45 melee defense, decent AP. Charge bonus is nice and high. Low armor, of course, which is not great. Armor, very important, honestly. Especially in Dom, where games go for a really long time. Armor becomes a lot more important, because units survive for a more extended period. Also, I need to get signed up for the tournament before I forget, so... Give me a sec. We'll get back to this presently. A lot of people in the tournament today. Hell yeah. Alright, we're checked in, so we can get back to this now. Frenzy causes terror, physical resist, and a little bit of missile res. That's something for sure. The Warlord, the Brood Horror, with just shield. 1350. Throt does want to bring some of his items and abilities, though. So this guy is going to be cheaper with the bare minimum. Has a little bit more armor, a little bit less HP, though. Same speed, less leadership, though? No, same leadership. Damn, okay. What is World's... Oh, that's a one use that gives extra armor. Not that good. If this were unlimited uses, maybe, I guess. Or a passive that gave him more armor in melee combat would be cool. Missile resistance, no physical resistance. Yeah, I mean, I can see. Warlord pretty much the same. Outside of weapon strength and loses a little bit of stats, but gets more armor. Pretty much the same unit. Throt is really good if he's able to get Beast Pack onto a good target. Remoldered is situationally okay. Master Controller, I don't know. I mean, a little bit of more melee defense and leadership ain't bad. Oh, for against Wood Elves as Dowie, that's easy. You just bring tons of missiles. Wood Elf missiles are not going to trade very efficiently into you because they don't have shields. All of your missile units, half of them, either a bronze or a silver. Which means you trade way better into them. Just bring Quarrelers or Rangers, either or. It's not that big of a difference. The extra armor on the Quarrelers is nice. But you can bring Bugmans, too. Bugman's Rangers have a little heal. So they're even better in a long-range missile duel because they heal up as they're getting shot. Meaning that they last a little bit longer, and they've also got the same armor and bronze shield that the Rangers have. That extra healing can make all the difference, and they're a little better in melee combat, too. You can see they get quite a significant boost, and they have better leadership. 800 gold ain't bad. You can just throw a bunch of these guys out and shoot down all the Glade Guard, counterfire Swift Shiver Shards when they come out, if your opponent brought them. So they probably won't. Swift Shiver Shards aren't that good against dwarves. The thing you have to watch out for as the Dowie is the Wildwood Rangers. Stag Knights, because they do pretty good shock damage. They can flatten Dowie units pretty nicely. Wild Riders are a little hazardous, and you need to keep away from Hawk Riders with your Gyrocopters. But if you can do those things, it's really all that the Wood Elves have against you. It's a brutal matchup for the Wood Elves. As long as you play on 2 points and don't overextend, you're going to farm value off of their range tools and their low armor front line. I mean, the highest armor unit that the Azrai have, seriously, it's Dryads and the Stag Knights who have 60 armor. That's it. Everything else is low armor. Oh, wait, no. They've got trees. Forget about trees. You don't see trees often, though. Trees are pretty mediocre. They're not that strong. Yeah, listen to Tom. Tom is the Wood Elf expert in chat here. Honestly, the better question is, what do Wood Elves do against the Dowie? Because it's a really rough time. It also sucks that Azrai, a lot of their lores of magic, they don't really have a lot of stuff that they can debuff the Dowie with. Like, you could bring the dark magic and use Word of Pain. It's a little expensive, though. And that's really about it that you've got. I mean, you can use Doombolt to shoot gyros, I guess, but their lures of magic just aren't that effective against the Dowie, you know? Like, I would say Shadow's magic with Enfeebling Foe and the Withering are their best bet. It's rough. You need secrets? Okay, alright. Alright, I'll keep your secrets then. Dowie against Slaanesh, you just make a big box, and you don't let, the Slaaneshi forces get any, devastating flanker charges off on you if you can. This matchup is pretty bad for the Dowie. With the Seeker bands, though, it's a little bit easier. It's still pretty rough, though. I mean, the thing that Slaanesh does, they just bring, they bring old Sigvald. They give him the Auric armor. He's impossible to kill. He can beat a lot of your heroes, also. And they bring a Sorcerer. They bring, Lore of Slaanesh. And since, Pavane isn't all that good, they bring, Hysterical Frenzy and Lash and Acquiescence. They just pop spells to get Blissful Rapture up constantly, and they out-trade you slowly over the course of a game. And it's hard to snipe this guy, because he's got Soul Feeder, so he heals himself as he casts, which is really strong. It's a good heal, too. It's pretty comparable to the Ogre Kingdom's caster that heals themselves. The Butchers, with the Lore of the Great Maw, they've got Blood Gruel, which is the same thing. It's pretty nice, dude. Slaanesh is a very annoying faction. I don't know how CA is going to balance these guys when they get their DLC. They're already massively overpowered and overperforming as it is. I think part of that is the fact that Devastating Flanker just procs on anything that's trying to run away. And all of the units basically have 100 speed that want to use it. You know? It's pretty much impossible to disengage from Slaanesh. If you can out-trade them in a grind, they're pretty manageable, but they've just got so much mobility. That's the problem with them. So yeah. Dowie mostly just lose to Slaanesh, but if you can force them into fighting a box, then maybe you'll be okay. Maybe. I'm gonna take a break for 5 minutes. Tournament's about to start. I'm gonna get some coffee and water, and eat a little snack, and then I'll be back, and we can stream some games there. And in between, we'll get to any of the other replays that I haven't done. There's a couple, not too many though. This is one of my games. We've got Dowie versus Cathay. Oh my God, Satang on the field. Satang got nerfed, but isn't a bad character. Does a lot of damage still, especially to SEs, and I mean, if there's an SE-heavy faction in the game right now, Chaos Dowie certainly fit the billing, man. Demons and single-entity artillery, their lords, obviously. This guy's on the Lamasu, so should be fairly safe just because the extra missile resistance. You can keep Lamasu characters back because you're not trying to engage in melee combat as much. We'll see. We'll see about that one later. I'll be back, guys. One sec. Okay. We're back. We're here. Let's see what we can get done. There's a lot of really good players in this tournament, so it's going to be pretty tricky. They haven't even generated the bracket yet, so we're still chilling here. Back out. We'll get ready. I've been working on some builds, scheming some stuff up. We'll see if I get an opportunity to throw any of this out into the right matchups, though, is the big one. A lot of the stuff that I've been working on is like techs against Warriors of Chaos. I mentioned it a little earlier. But I figured out how you counter the Soul of Damnation as Khorne. Exalted Bloodthirster with Bellow of Fury and Double Skull Cannon is pretty easy to micro around and take it out. And you can just value trade so effectively against Warriors of Chaos after that point that they really just can't do anything when they lose it. So, they're banned today, though. So, that was the big one that I figured out recently. Some of the other factions, I'm still working on. I'm going to be throwing some stuff out at the board today to see if I can actually make it work. Oh, oh, okay. It's me and Tom playing. Let's flip away just for a moment, and we can generate the bracket here so we can, y'all can take a look at some of the other matchups that are going on right now. Let me zoom out a little bit so you can see them all. There's a lot of people in this tournament, man. It's one of the bigger ones we've had in a while. So here's the rest of the bracket. I'm gonna pick my army. Against the Wood Elves. Wood Elves are a pretty even matchup. I do think Khorne's a little bit favored here. It's not free, though. It can be a little tricky. You've definitely got to play your cards right in order to maximize your value. Alright, we're gonna do this, and some of these guys. I think I'm actually going to bring these guys in reserve. I don't think we need that heavy metal of a unit. Bring one. Maybe a couple of them. Maybe a couple of these guys. Is this a quick enough army to counter the Wood Elves? Maybe. Maybe we'll cut them and add another one of these. This Dowie against Wood Elves. Important tools are armor and silver shields. Yeah, and double... Oh yeah, the Fiery Ring of Thor is pretty gross against those guys. What map are we on? Are we really on Shambling Bog? Oh my god, we are. Okay, actually I might need to swap my army up some more then. Because this map is not great for infantry. There's lots of water on it, so it can be a little hard for infantry units to move around the field. I'm so conflicted. We've got to be able to hold ground against the High or against the Wood Elves. Like, that is a total non-starter, giving up any kind of map control to them. You've got to have mobility to be able to contest them with. But you do need some hard-hitting units out on the field to counter what they can bring to the table, because they can swarm you. They can definitely rush you down pretty hard if you're not prepared. And one, and up here. Ah, there we go. Okay, this is looking more comfortable for me. We'll see what this army is able to get done. Okay. Yeah, Tom is very familiar with those matchups, so probably a lot more even just because of the experience he's got on the faction, and in particular with trying to figure out how to beat the Dowie. You know, Dowie are really strong, and even in their good matchups, they can end up struggling if their infantry aren't able to get up onto points. If you're able to shut them down early, and do enough damage to their front line that you've got the battlefield kind of broken up, that's where the dwarves really tend to start losing pretty hard. They do not appreciate even fights. Particularly just because they often go very heavy into wide formations, where the units overall are a little bit less powerful on the whole. And they can really start to fall behind. Tom's still scheming. No idea what to do against Khorne nowadays. Well, it's not going to be very easy, because I am coming in with the intention of taking Tom as seriously as possible. So we're mixing in a lot of the stronger units that Khorne has access to today. I've been playing a lot of games without the Wrathmonger ROR, but they're not banned in today's tournament. It's been a while since I've been bringing them. So I actually included them in this build. We'll see how they're able to do here. The Wood Elves can shut them down with good focus fire, though, which I am a little worried about. I considered bringing them in reserve, but they're so expensive that I didn't think there would ever be an opportunity to bring them out onto the field. This map's pretty open, too. So if they just, like, waddled out and got intercepted somewhere along the way, getting up to the points, that would just really suck. I really didn't want to have to worry about that. We got Chaos Warriors, we got Marauders, we've got lots of cap weight, basically. We're going to be trying to get up and cap some points early. And these guys can hang out over here, and they'll scream up over to the number 1. And the Furies are going to stay on the ground to start out. Skull Cannon number 2 here. I love me some Skull Cannon action. It's also going to hide in the forest to start off, just until we see what Arrows of Kurnus and stuff the Wood Elves have. It's better to take the damage on your infantry, especially Marauders and stuff, than to get your really high-value stuff shot up early by the Wood Elves. They can do some Vanguard shenanigans on this map, though, because I'm pretty sure, you know, you can see how wide the deploy zones are. They can get all the way up in here and jump out and maybe start to shoot me down on the number 1 objective there early. We're going to have to be very cautious and cognizant of that. And we'll see what we can do. We got quite a bit of Vanguard stuff. It's a pretty wide army that I've brought in, with a little bit of everything. I don't love bringing tons of Khorngors in this matchup, but I do think they can be really helpful, especially if there's, you know, like Treekin, or just a tree man lord like Durthu. Khorngors can feast on Durthu, man, with some throwing axes. With the flaming attacks, they can do some pretty big damage to him also. Valkia is going to stay in the back. Good luck, have fun. Dryads, Life Singer, Sisters of Twilight. We're going to run up over here. We're going to move up through the forest with all this stuff and just go stand over there. The Sisters of Twilight are very annoying. They can do some big damage to you if you don't know how to counter them. Valkia just needs to stay away from them. Otherwise, we'll have a bad time. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. And there's 3 units hanging around some here. I don't know where they are, but we'll find them. Probably Swiftshiver Shards or Way Watchers would be my guess. Let's just start capping this point, and then we need to get back into the trees. And we'll actually send the Furies up to go harry the Sisters here. And we'll move these guys over now. Infantry are going to go to the number 1. They're going to start doing what they do best, and we need to get these guys away. Any damage that we can save on our guys is going to be really nice. And Furies do pretty big damage to these forest dragons, because they get through the physical resist that they have, and they've got pretty low armor values. So you can see here, the Furies actually get some pretty good damage done to the Sisters, which is awesome for me. We're going to shoot here. We're going to charge in, because she's just running around in the line here, being a little risky with that Lord. We'll bring in a Fleshhound. We might just bring in 2 Fleshhounds. We've got the ROR here. We're doing big damage to the Sisters right now, man. Pop Demon Shield. Save some damage. And we're going to start moving up now. Because there are the Swiftshiver Shards. Big damage early on the sisters is just so money. I love it. We missed a little bit. We're just gonna hold here with our shields. That's fine. Bait a charge. We're up pretty big. Breath attack sucks. Not a lot I can do about that. I'll move some dual weapon warriors forward. And impetus is going to be on our opponent over the course of a long game here. Valkia needs to get back. We'll bring another Fury out in a sec, and then we can go back in on the sisters. Because we're just kiting them away right now, and trying to avoid as much damage as possible. It's going to take a long time to work Valkia down. Let's actually get back. Let's get the Fury up. Because our build-up is going to favor us over the course of a good long while here. Start moving in again. With all of the infantry we've got, we might actually even want to start doing this. Since they're not really moving up much.
Bring it, ruin. All with wall.
Taking action.
Land? Nah, still hit her. That sucks. That's okay though. We got the Fury in. We're gonna push forward. Skull Cannon is trying to shoot the sisters. I kid you not, it's actually decent at hitting flying units. We're gonna get Valkia back up in the air. We're gonna move these guys forward. We're gonna get back here because the yeah, they're the Swift Shivers trying to shoot down my Furies. Come on, please land here. I want to try and bait the sisters in as much as possible. Just need to run away. More shots coming in. Valkia's taken quite a bit of damage, but it could be worse. And the Swift Shivers just haven't had very good engagements up to this point. I'm going to fire here, the Skull Cannon. And Tom is going to very politely give us the objective here, it looks like. Value trading's pretty even. Sisters are getting back up to like a usable amount of HP. Shooting the Skull Cannon, we'll pull that back for a minute. And we'll just take the objective and put the real pressure on him to engage us here. Blood Beasts are going to come up. There's some Swift Shivers here, but we're just going to hold. We're going to pull back some. We're going to keep running away with the really expensive stuff. Some of the shards are coming forward. It's going to be increasingly more difficult for the Wood Elves because we're just going to keep bringing out durable cap weight and keep engaging here. Swift Shivers firing into the Marauders is really nice damage for them. But it's not the worst thing for us, and you can see the Sisters of Twilight are really getting chipped down by the Furies currently. Let's see if we can get the Wrathmongers into combat with the Chaos Warriors. Keep the Blood Beasts back. I mean, Sisters have taken an absolute pounding up to this point, which is really rough for them. Something that they really can't afford. And we're going to get Valkia over the top here. We're going to dive. We'll just dive and get as much damage with these guys as possible now. They're not going to do amazing work, but it's going to be something, which is better than nothing. And they've traded perfectly acceptably for me. Now Valkia is going to run the fuck away. And we can bring up... What do we want to bring up now? Just need to keep pulling back and keep hanging on to the points. These guys can dodge the missile fire a little bit. Valkia just needs to keep going away. Wild Hunters of Kurnus with Wildwood Rangers are doing big damage to me. I wish I had my Sloupnir still. That would be really nice to have currently. And you can see, man. God, dude, Valkia just gets beat up by the Sisters. It's very frustrating. Not being able to punish them sucks, but maybe we can start getting active now. Pull some of these guys forward. Valkia is going to keep running and trying not to die. Or maybe she can go fight now. Just going to get hit again. Get these guys forward. Let's get back. Back with the Flesh Hounds. We just need to grind. Let's get away, because the Wild Hunters of Kurnus are over here. We need our Flesh Hounds to actually be moving. And Valkia gets terrified, which sucks. That's going to be so bad for me. Oh my god. We got a nice big blob there to use that on. Wrathmongers are still pretty healthy. We'll send them in. I don't really know what's going on with my Flesh Hounds. They're just doing whatever the hell they feel like. They're not listening to my orders right now. And we're starting to value trade pretty poorly. We got the Skull Cannon way off in the distance, too. That's going to be a nasty breath attack. We got a great surround on all these units here, but we're not finishing them. And Valkia is barely alive here. We pop Demon Shield, and we're going to try and get something big off here. It might not end up working out for me, though. We're in a pretty bad spot right now. But, I do have a Bloodletter Summon, which is going to be a little bit of work done for me. Just a big break on all my stuff there. We're getting behind now. Bring in some Furies and some Chaos Warriors to go charge stuff down. And we're going to go attack here. You can see the value trade for the Wood Elves going pretty well right now. They are massively outvaluing me at this stage of the game. We need to get our Blood Beast back. Maybe we can run these guys down. And use our Chaos Knights to do some damage. Khorngor's probably not going to be very good. Probably just a Marauder to throw out. And I did lose Valkia. I wasn't paying attention to her. Here comes our fall, I think. I don't know if I'm going to be able to win this game. It's looking real rough for me. Getting a little bit of damage here. Chaos Knights are dying. Skull Cannon hasn't gotten a lot of value either. We did lose our back point. So we're barely hanging on to caps right now. It is triple cap territory, theoretically. I just don't know what I'd do here. I mean, the Wrathmongers actually ended up being a big waste of time, because they just have gauge much in melee. You can see here the Sisters landing in, getting some big damage. We've got some Warriors rolling up, which will be really good for me. Maybe if we kill the Sisters of Twilight, we'll be okay. Wild Hunters of Kurnus killed my Chaos Knights. And now we need to run away. Throwing axes might be able to do some damage to them. Now that all the missiles are offline, maybe my Marauder Horsemen will be able to do some damage here. Let's bring these guys over. Skull Cannons are pretty durable, which is the nice thing about them. We're fighting on the number 3. It's not a winning trade for us, though. We should have just gotten more aggressive, I think. I think I played a little too passively against the Wood Elves here. You can see breath attacks from the Sisters just wrecking me, dude. These guys are so ridiculous. 4,000 damage value on them. Really messing up my expensive stuff. We're killing one of the Wild Riders here. We're going to hang on to our back point. We're just going to hold out here. Hope to God that we can survive the fury of the Wood Elves here. Which is going to be really hard. I don't know how we're going to do it. All my stuff's going to get tear-ratted, too, by the Sisters. I probably should have just not wasted my time with them.
One of your units has been destroyed.
What can we bring out here? We'll bring the Hounds of the Blood Hunt back out. They didn't get a lot of value the first time around, but maybe they can make a difference here.
Your orders have called! Escaping soon!
Hold here, retreat here, come in here.
Yes, Lord!
Keep running, please. Oh, I need these horsemen alive, if possible.
Faster!
Wild Hunters of Kurnus are coming in. Maybe we can get... This is where we might be able to start punishing the Wood Elves. If we can get good volleys off with the throwing axes and get us around on the Wild Hunters here, we might be able to finish them. Skull Cannon needs to run stuff over. Cultist is back here, not going to be able to do anything. The Chaos Warriors were terrible. I need to stop bringing Chaos Warriors. They're just not good. And the Wild Hunters of Kurnus did kill the Hounds of the Blood Hunt again. Very bad trade for me. They're just not holding up anywhere. Sisters just wrecked me again. It's like the 4th game in a row against the Wood Elves where the Sisters of Twilight have been impossible for me to finish. I'm just wasting too much time attacking them and not dealing with the more dangerous units. Yeah, we lost the point, so I think we lost the game. That's rough, dude. I'm not playing actively enough, is my problem. Playing too passively there, I think, is what kind of killed me. Because he was able to just trade at range for large portions of the game. And the Swiftshiver Shards got great value, man. If I had been a little more aggressive early, I probably would have been able to dive in and actually value trade a little bit more. Because, you know, all that value on those Furies, most of that is just healed up on the Sisters with the life magic. Yeah, that was really well played, Tom. You did a great job of just, like, dragging me around and baiting me into fights. So yeah, the Wrathmonger ROR, people are really dealing with them very effectively now. I don't think they're nearly as good to be bringing regularly anymore. And pushing up into all the Eternal Garden stuff, especially with such an expensive Lord on the field, if I had gotten into the backfield sooner, I could have probably shielded Valkia just by running around more. Because fighting the Sisters of Twilight is a little bit of an exercise in futility. Because they got so much healing available to them. I mean, they've got a good HP pool. 7,600 HP. Can join Destiny in a pinch, but oftentimes you don't even see that. They get them pretty bare bones. And then they can get healed up by the regrowths and everything. Yeah, I just left the Swiftshiver Shards are terrible in melee combat. So, not getting on them early was pretty awful on my part. Skulltaker would have been a good option as well. Because he's okay even on top of Eternal Guard, just because he's such a good combatant and he heals. It's very annoying to try and kill Skulltaker as the Wood Elves. And since he heals and has missile resistance, once he gets Cloak of Skulls active, the Sisters of Twilight are going to have a pretty hard time finishing him off too. Because the problem with Valkia is she can't adequately avoid the bow fire. And she's just super vulnerable flying around up in the air, and the Sisters of Twilight have insane range on them. What's their range even? Like 200 something? 190? It feels like they reach out farther than 190 meters, though. Oh, what's up, Ninja? We just lost our first round match against the Wood Elves. We went pretty meta, but then we played way too passively. And kind of got out-traded by the Wood Elves. Which can tend to happen if you don't get very aggro on them early. Who won it? You or Leech Lord? Damn. Close game, though, then. 50-point difference? Hell yes. Housecat and Via are the last game being finished here. Wow, Fish beat Inticity, which is really awesome. Opal Bear over attack speed. Dump over Abdel, which is impressive. Navigator beating Red Sky, Outer Region, winning against Cows. Outer Region probably going to be a tear as usual. And Martin beats Solo. It's been a while since I've seen Solo around. We'll see how we do in round 2. Next game, I'm just going to go more aggressive. Instead of trying to play a kitey game against a kite faction. I think I would have been better off. What other things can you do against the Sisters of Twilight? I really do think ignoring them is your best bet. Big dragon characters are usually pretty hard to kill. Your opponent's usually prepared to heal them up. So if you just get in on all the other squishy parts of their army, they've spent so much on their lord that they're a little bit thin on the ground, especially if they got a healer in the opening. And I brought a bunch of mobility to get aggressive early and then didn't utilize it. Let's go see who Housecat's playing as. Housecat is right here, playing Tomb Kings. And via Chaos Dowie. Lots of Chaos Dwarves today. Chaos Dowie, Nurgle. I mean, pretty much all of the next tier factions are getting played since the top 5 are banned. Just played a mirror matchup as Khorne versus Khorne. Love the Blood Speaker and ROR combo. It works really well as long as your opponent's army doesn't have a ton of really strong ranged options. And then you can do some serious heavy lifting with those guys. If you can deny your opponent the opportunity to shoot at the big shrine character, the ROR is going to be able to feast all day underneath them. What else can you do against the Wood Elves? Forsaken Rush ain't bad, because Forsaken hit really hard. They beat Dryads. And they grind pretty effectively against the Eternal Guard with their big weapon strength and melee attacks. That wouldn't have been a bad call. They're really quick too, 46 foot speed. Honestly, I wouldn't even be opposed to just going for a build like this against the Wood Elves. You've got lots of shielded infantry. Marauders eat damage on the Eternal Guard. You use the Forsaken to try and get on top of the Dryads, while the Chaos Knights... double Chaos Knight is very hard for the Wood Elves to deal with, because the Wild Hunters of Kurnus can answer one of them. You can use the other to hammer home and win the fight decisively. And then whatever remains of these guys can go chase down the missile units, and then you bring lots of Fleshhounds. Furies. Khorngor. Warriors have proven to be quite bad recently. Blood Beasts are pretty vulnerable against missile factions too, so maybe not them. Maybe just one Minotaur in the back pocket. Or you don't even bring those guys. You bring the Marauder Horsemen to shoot down Tree. Durthu, potentially. And just keep up the pressure, maybe, with Forsaken. Maybe something like this would have been better. Yeah, send me replays if you got them, guys. I'd love to see them. I'll check them out. I'll even do standalone casts for them. Let's see if round 3 or round 2 is up or not. Okay, me and Red Sky, so let's go find them. Oh my god, another Wood Elves match? You know what? We're gonna get a rematch here, essentially. Let's see if we can get revenge against the Hardwood. You know what else might not be bad? What about Arball? Arballin? He's so fast. Can he avoid the Sisters? I don't even know if we'd be seeing him this game, but maybe. He's more expensive than Valkia, though. I think Valkia with Slaughtnir is just better. You keep her back, and you rush the front line. And then you just push the poor little High Elves back and keep them on their toes. Maybe you don't even worry about capping points early. You just do everything you can to get into the cookie jar as fast as possible and worry about the points afterwards. Might not be a bad idea. Dual weapon Marauders ain't bad. Don't need that many Marauder Horsemen. One Mino. Probably just Blood Beasts. Just max Forsaken. Oh my god. You know what? I'm gonna try it out just to see what it looks like. So, what map are we on now? Floodplain? Is this the Big Forests map? It is, okay. So, I don't know, maybe Chaos Knight Rush on this map won't work as well, but whatever. We're gonna have to find out. I'm just gonna go for it. We're full sending it. We're not gonna think today. We're gonna play mindless aggression and see how it pays off for us. Keep the Chaos Knights back in the forest and maybe jump out and get some good dives early. And we can push the high ground objective with our Marauder Swarms.
Slaughter personified.
Oh yeah, you love the Breaking Bad filter. It's pretty much this map in a nutshell. The color scheme. And it's pretty hideous looking. These guys in the forest, the Forsaken, are going to move up, and they're going to hang out in the back line as well. Keep Valky at the back of the map for now. We're going to summon out, and we're going to try and get on top of missile lines early, instead of being overly patient and taking a bunch of damage early. Alright, let's see what Red Sky's got.
Master, behold!
Shocker, we got the sisters coming in. We do have Hagbane tips this game. Those will be a little easier to chase down for me. They're not going to hit very hard against the Chaos Knights. We got to be careful of Way Watchers and stuff. We got Dryads coming up. What do we bring out first? Let's see what the army comp is early. Let's just get away with Valkia. Because my opponent's immediately going to come chase her. We need to take advantage of the trees, because the trees will actually make it a little bit harder to actually hit my character. Oh, and the sisters are not on top of the dragon this time. They are on the eagle. And we've got a Beastcaster Overcast as well, which is pretty funny. And yeah, they're the Way Watchers, so let's hold up and wait for the infantry, and then we go in against the Way Watchers. Because they're going to sit in those trees. That's where the Furies are going to come in. Let's get aggressive. Let's just go. And now we'll get on top of the sisters, and we'll send the Chaos Knights around the flank here. We just need to get into the front line and start trading. Leave one Marauder back. Furies are going to go over the top, and they're going to try and land on the Way Watchers. And my opponent doesn't have enough mobility out right now. These Way Watchers are going to be very squishy. We're going to double up on this one here, and we're going to use the Chaos Knights to hammer the other one down. Because we got the Cav mobility advantage. We're going in. We killed one Way Watcher already. We're diving. We can use Demon Shield to protect ourselves some. And we're going to drop Sleipnir. Or no, it's going to miss. That's unfortunate. Took a little damage here, but we are engaging a lot of important targets for my opponent. We killed one of the Way Watchers as well. Chaos Knight's hammering the Eternal Guard, and they're going to pull out now. Our other Chaos Knight going to do some damage. Valky is going to move over, and these Furies are going to go in now. Where are my Flesh Hounds? Oh, they're here. Okay.
One of your units has been destroyed.
And you can see the trade in the front line's going pretty nicely for me. My opponent's trying to save the Way Watchers. Having a lot of trouble, though. And the Eternal Guard are actually chasing me way out in the distance here. So I'm going to bring the Flesh Hounds forward to pound them down. And we are chasing the Way Watcher off, which is awesome. These Chaos Knights probably going to die here. But just the fact that we've hounded down both of the Way Watchers is money city for me. And is probably going to give me a victory here. It's going to be very hard for my opponent to get back in this game now. We got some infantry here. We'll just stay and fight, and we'll just keep chasing here. Valkia, I actually don't want to land with her. We're going to avoid doing that. We're going to hammer home. Chaos Knights, they need to get active. They're going to run down the Wildwood Rangers out here, and we're going to take this point. And keep it away from the Wood Elves. We don't need to be engaged here, even. We can just fly above the Way Watchers and let them rat off the field now. Do we have Sleipnir? We don't, but we do have a sword. Is this... You know what? We're actually going to drop this here. Because it'll break both of these units, probably. and free up all of our mobility now. There we go. Now we can make sure that those Way Watchers go offline.
To the slaughter!
Wildwoods are getting wrecked. We ignored the characters, and we did much better this game. And the Forsaken have just been grinding value against Dryads all game. Because they just hit so much harder. Just a better unit, period. Some of the Eternal Guard are holding still against our Marauders, but they've given up a lot of value here. We're going to get in here, and we'll hammer these guys down. Furies can rally back. Fleshhounds can move up. We need to get Valkia engaged on a proper target, and we're going to make sure that the points are all locked down for us now.
Moving!
For the kill!
Mobility goes and does stuff. We'll just pop this here. Just while we get into the sisters there. They do have a Arrow of Kurnus type ability, and it actually looks like they tried to shoot that, maybe. Not 100% sure what was going on there. Let's use the Knights here to hammer the Wildwoods. Check this out. It didn't actually pop on the Knights, which is rough, but they got a good charge off. They should still do some pretty good damage here before we pull them out and re-engage them. We got Wild Riders on these Chaos Knights back here. Double Chaos Knight, pretty good. One singular Chaos Knight, not that strong. Doubling up on them, though, very good. And just mindless aggression from the Blood God wins this day. Forsaken did alright. They didn't do amazing, but our Marauder front line was actually able to get some decent value after a lot of the early shots went in on the Forsaken. And the one Forsaken that didn't get shot at all got me 920 value, 152 kills. I think it killed 2 units of Dryads, actually. Or at least did so much damage to them that one routed and then another came in and was able to just keep them locked in. Furies were nice. Fleshhounds were nice. The Chaos Knights were big money for me. None of my stuff ostensibly paid for itself, but it was a really short game. I was mostly pushing off all of my opponent's infantry and missile units. And ignoring the big stuff, which is what I should have done that first game against the Wood Elves. My eyes got too big for my stomach that time around. Sweet. Thank you, Uber. That was a pretty quick game, so let's go cast one of the replays we got. Yeah. Chaos Dwarves versus Cathay for sure, man. A rematch, too. Not of these players, I think, but of the matchup in general. We did see Christopher's playing against Cathay earlier. This is a very different build from Despoilers, though. So, whether or not they're going to be able to take the game here is very much up in the air. It's going to be pretty tough. Zhao Ming is a damn strong unit. And Satang should be able to shoot the trains pretty easily. And also hammer the Sorcerer Prophet here, which will be great. Lots of spam spells for Cathay. Just Dragon Breath. I would love to see Final Transmutation here also. Just because it can do so much work for you. Not having it is fine, I guess, but you're giving the opportunity for the Sorcerer Prophet to heal a lot of health back. Just because Chalice, even though it's got a 90-second cooldown, is a damn strong heal. It's about 10% each time it goes off. So you want to try and limit that as much as you can, especially if you're going to be committing Satang to popping this guy in the face over and over again. Zhao Ming gets his transformation in. He can't use Final Transmutation in Dragon form, just the Dragon Breath. Oh man, I don't know what you do here. There's not a lot for Satang to shoot at, truthfully. Jade Lion coming out. I like Jade Lions, but they're not going to be able to snipe the Infernal Castellans. They won't do a whole lot to push down the Sorcerer Prophet. Now, it can get after the Death Shriek rocket launcher, though. That is definitely where it should be lining up to go. Yep has gotten some pretty good value early. Satang takes a pretty nasty shot from the Death Shriek. He's got a ton of HP, though. 12,000 health is pretty nuts. The Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, it's going to take him a while to get through the Jade Warrior's armor and shields. And look at this. Iron Hail Gunners get a nice volley off in the Infernal Castellan. But the Castellan is looking to get into melee combat. Lifebane Blade, potentially. No heal. These guys do have a little passive heal item, but neither of them have it here. They are getting massacred on the way in. They took big damage there, which is really rough for the Chaos Dowie. Sorcerer Prophet way in the backfield, healing up some. I would just swap Satang off this guy and shoot the Death Shriek, because you got a really nice line of sight through the this little avenue here. Just fire right up on him, hammer him down some. Breath Attack does hit the front line. It looks like Chalice is on a cooldown, so did already get one heal. Zhao Ming fighting the Castellans. These guys do have anti-large, so they can do a little extra damage to this guy. But Jet Lion and Zhao Ming probably going to be a little too much for these guys to handle. And their bonus versus large is only 5, so it's really not that great, and they do get tear routed, apparently. No ITP on these guys, and you can see one of them running for the hills. Love the muskets on these guys. They're so cool, man. Oh, the cool factor is just off the charts for Warhammer. Beautiful Searing Doom on the Peasant Long Spears. Didn't get a lot of value on the Iron Hails. Iron Hails would be a better target. The Iron Hail Gunners have been doing alright up to this point. They've been pretty safe, and they've gotten some pretty cost-efficient volleys off. You can see some Chaos Warriors routing away here. Yep, doing a very, very good job of keeping the Harmony active on a lot of the Jade Warriors as well, which is really impressive. It can be kind of hard to keep your lines evenly engaged so that you've got the Harmony going consistently, but is able to keep it online here. Empress Crowman looking to get after the Death Shriek rocket launcher. We're chasing some Goblin Laborers, it looks like. Going to be landing in over there. They'll be able to kill the Death Shriek rocket launcher in 3 or 4 seconds. These things are so squishy. Let's watch this. They get engaged, pile into combat, immediately aren't hitting it at all, which is pretty hilarious. Oh, and Bull Centaur Renders come out. Now their attacks are getting on target, but are they going to be able to kill it before the Renders are able to finish them? They might be able to. They're getting a little bit of damage in. They don't have it surrounded, though. Not fully, at least. A lot of the models aren't in contact with it. And with the good response, they might actually save the Death Shriek in time. Losing the Empress Crowman back here is going to be pretty miserable for Cathay. Cathay is winning the fights, though, in the front line pretty consistently. And the Iron Hill Gunners need to turn around right now and start shooting the Iron Demon. Jade Lion and Satang, though, doing a very good job of focusing this thing down, so Iron Hills, honestly, maybe don't need to do all that much. They got hit by a nasty Searing Doom there. Where is the Lamasu character? Up top here. Getting healed up a lot from Chalice. Got another heal there. You can see, was pretty low at one point, now up to a little bit more than half the HP. Empress's Crowmen are going down here, but they do manage to squeak away. And they are grinding back a little value against the Wolf Raiders. They did a little damage to the Death Shriek. Not finishing it, though, is a big problem. Oh, wow. And look at Satang now. Gonna get hammered by the Death Shriek, the Infernal Castellan, and the Lamasu character. Satang is okay in melee combat, but is debilitated now. So not nearly as efficient as might have been earlier. Halbert's coming in to save. This Death Shriek rocket launcher has been kept online way too long. It should not be able to continue shooting like this. Really bad situation for Cathay. We've got, what the hell are these? Oh, the Wolf Raider wolves are all dead on the ground over there. Looks like Jade Lancers were able to crush a unit, but they've been forgotten about. They could be capping that point up this whole time, and it would be triple cap. And you would have a nice lead developing. And Satang is going to go down here. Satang also crumbles as a construct. I just really wish that we weren't shooting at the Sorcerer Medal of Profit. Because there's just not a lot of value to be had here. Lamasu characters are fairly cheap. They avoid melee combat like the plague, and they just cast all of their abilities and bombardments and other stuff to get consistent value. And then you waste all your magic trying to chip these guys down, or you're firing missiles at them. They're hard to hit. Satang with 2,300 value. 1,500 of that is probably just wasted value trying to kill this guy. And the Death Shriek rocket launcher is just laughing in whatever Hashut speak the Chaos Dowie use. Because it's got 1,300 very effective value on the board, chipping down one of the most annoying single entity removal tools in the game in Satang. Big shot, 200 health, crumbling out. Satang is going to be going down, drilling with the bow. Very cool animation, man. But is going to crumble now. Just clunks down, and the light is going to be leaving his eyes. And Cathay is in a really bad spot now. The value trades were going well early, but the Death Shriek is just going to fire the rest of its volleys off and just obliterate all of the Jade Warriors that are left on the field. You can waddle up as much cap weight as Cathay that you can have possible out on the field, and it wouldn't even matter at this point. You can see Christopher starting to even up the value trading. Doesn't have a lot of cap weight on the field himself. It might still be in danger of losing this game, but just the fact that Satang is dead, and a lot of the Jade Warriors and other units are going to be in danger of losing their lives here, with the fact that you can just push up crappy goblins to cap up the points later, I'm a little worried for Cathay here. Righteous Lance is coming out onto the field. How much value did they... Only 500 value, man. Oh, and they landed on Infernal Guard here. Ugh. Rough fight for them. They're okay in a situation like this, but they're going to take a lot of damage just grinding against these armor-piercing halberds. The bonus versus large doesn't give the Fireglaves a lot of damage output against big stuff, per se. They do a perfectly fine job of holding. You can see they've gotten their value back. Oh, man, and the Sorcerer Prophet, though, gets locked in combat and actually goes down here. Big loss for the Chaos Dowie. They're waddling up a bunch of cap weight now, but they lost their Lord, and I don't know if the Death Shriek is going to be able to swing this now. It's been a good effort by them. They might still be able to win, but they've got triple cap going against them. The tickets are going to get out of hand pretty quickly. It'd be really nice to see a Wolf Raider come out and try and take that point there. That would maybe give them a little bit of an opportunity to get something going. Iron Demon, also going to be really good for chewing through all of these Jade Warriors. Not going to be so good against the Lancers, per se. The shotgun that the Iron Demon has on top, though, is pretty effective against cavalry, but with the Jade Lion chipping it down the whole way through, might not be able to stay on the field too long. Zhao Ming's also out here. Looks like Zhao Ming did get the Burning Vambrace's heal. You can see it there. It did activate. 1,700 value. The other Iron Demon is also out here. It might be the Iron Demons flipping this around. They do have Terror, so they can terror out all of the Grand Cathay infantry and cap weight. And here come the Wolf Raiders taking that #1 objective like I really wanted. Moving up, getting on it. Peasant Longspears took a nasty shot from the Death Shriek. 2,100 value on this thing. They're so effective, dude. God, they're so good. Only if you let them shoot, though. They're very squishy. The Onyx Crowmen were a good start, and they did some good damage. You could have shot it a few times with Satang, though, like I've been saying, and then sent the Empress's Crowmen just to finish it off, and they wouldn't have needed to be engaged on it nearly as long. And it would have meant that they could probably get back up in the air before the Bull Centaur Renders had gotten on them. Yep, doing a very good job with the non-Gao grenades here, though. Halves the HP of the Chaos Warriors. And then you can land and start chipping those guys down. Or take, better yet, take the fight against the Wolf Raiders. Finish those guys off, and then you can come back and finish off the Chaos Dowie Warriors. But the triple cap for Cathay is yielding to a triple cap for the Chaos Dowie. Their Jade Warriors are just running out of steam, and they don't have any harmony on the field. So they're gonna slowly get out-traded here by the Chaos Dowie. Death Shrieker getting unsummoned. It's probably gonna give back 400 or 500 gold, I would guess. Yeah, about 400, which is nice. You just start waddling up some more cap weight. Maybe... Oh, actually brings the Lord back out. I don't know about that, man. I mean, this Lord on the Lamasu is nice and all. Not very good in melee combat. Cap weight would be a little bit better, I think. I mean, Chaos Dowie Warriors have good enough leadership. They don't care that much about their Lord not being around. You could have brought out a Fireglaive and 2 Chaos Dowie Warriors in succession and walked up onto the number 3 here. Because the Emperor's Crowmen are going to do some pretty nasty damage to the Sorcerer Prophet. Pretty low armor. Pretty poor in melee combat. You can see them piling in with their good weapon strength. Really starting to chip down the HP on the Sorcerer Prophet of Metal here. Trying to hang on to the points. The number 1 is very open. A Peasant Horseman or a Jade Lancer out there. Jade Lancer would be perfect, because then Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders can't do anything. Jade Lancer, even without the harmony, is able to value trade upwards into multiple Hobgoblin Wolf Raider units pretty easily. Now the Bull Centaurs would be a little threatening, of course. They're pretty low here. Trains aren't super effective against Cav, but they can also push you off in a pinch. I've been loving this Jade Lion. It's been doing so much work here. Not a unit that I really would have expected to see out on the field, but it's actually provided quite a bit of battlefield mobility and utility for Cathay. The problem is the Iron Demons. They've been handled pretty well a couple of times, but this second go-around of them has been pretty devastating. They've been running all over the Cathayan army. It's not triple cap territory anymore, and Cathay only has this 1 cap that they just flipped back. They're working on the number 2. They have the advantage in cap weight, but with an Iron Demon nearby, if Zhao Ming doesn't kill this soon, it could tear out the Jade Warriors away. That would be pretty gross. Halberd's moving up. This game is razor's edge right now. And the Prophet Sorcerer lands on the ground, getting some good value. The train does terrify away the Cathay infantry here. We've got the Peasant Long Spearmen running. Up next is the Jade Warriors. They're not going to be able to hold up too well. And the Onyx Crowmen did get dragged to the ground. They got 2,200 value this game so far. Damn strong, but they're not going to be able to get through all of the chaff and heavy armor on the trains and stuff here. It's going to take too long. They're not going to be able to save this point for Cathay. They do lose that. They're capping the number 1, kind of flipping the number 2 objective, but Hobgoblin Cutthroat's moving up here. They should be able to keep the cap steady at the very least. And you can see immediately flipping against Cathay. Beautiful breath attack, though. Dragon Breath is such a good spell, dude. 2,500 on Zhao Ming. Not a lot of kills, only 69. Which is very nice, don't get me wrong, but a lot of that damage is tied up in the breath attacks on all the low-armored Hobgoblins and the Laborers and other such units, which helped Cathay out early, but without hard removal against the Chaos Dowie Warriors, that's where the real struggles have been coming into play. They do get more units up onto the cap, though. Cathay might be able to flip the number 2 here in just a second. There's not enough Chaos Dowie units to hold the weight here. And a lot of their units are getting terrified now. Zhao Ming also is Terror, of course. Doing a very good job here. This game is so close. Who's going to take it? I have no idea. I would still say the Chaos Dowie are in a perfectly acceptable state. Although there's a lot of Jade Warriors out now. And with the Onyx Chroman on the field, a lot of Harmony. So they might actually be able to hold this. Is it triple cap territory? The points are so freaking close right now. The Chaos Dowie are going to flip the number 3. They do actually have it. They've still been hanging on to it. They don't have much here, though. Probably going to be able to hang on to it for the rest of the game. The epicenter of combat is mostly focused up on the number 2, and there's nothing to deal with Zhao Ming. Like, he's just having a field day right now. Completely uncontested, up to 3,600 gold value, running over these Orc Laborers and chewing through some of the Chaos Dowie Warriors. Iron Demon doing its best to hang on to this point. It's used up all its ammo, which is really nice to see. You love to see the Iron Demons do well, man. They're a cool unit. They can perform very nicely. They're annoying for a lot of factions to handle, but Cathay has an easier time than most at shooting them down. I would have liked to see maybe a Crane Gunner in this build. Just because Crane Gunners have AP and shield-breaking missile strength, so they can get through Chaos Dowie Warriors pretty nicely. They'd have been really nice to have to summon out of reserve, because they can shoot down the Iron Demons. Demons want to try and get back there, then you can catch them with the Jade Lion and Zhao Ming. And if your opponent doesn't deal with them, then you just shoot down all the warriors. And then your, you know, your vastly inferior infantry aren't having to do so much heavy lifting. They're still doing okay, though, and god, dude, look at that freaking score. Oh my god, Cathay unable to cap up enough objectives in time, though. Nothing out here on this objective, and there just wasn't a summon in early enough to be able to waddle up there. It could have been one. There was a lot committed to the middle objective, maybe a little too much, but understandable, especially in these really close games as a newer player. It can be hard to tell where you need to be sending your infantry in the later stages of the game in order to get them up on the relevant caps in time. But really well played by both players. Absolutely insane game. It would have been nice to see Satang take out that Death Shriek, though. If Satang had just killed that artillery piece, I think that Cathay wins that game pretty easily, because it was able, once it took down Satang, it was able to just work down all the Jade Warriors that were left on the field, and there were quite a few of them. It's got 211 kills and a Satang kill to its name. That's way too much value to leave an artillery piece to get. The demons were nice. The Infernal Guard Fireglaves got their value back, plus a little more. The inefficient parts of the Chaos Dwarf build was their infantry. I mean, their infantry are pretty bad, period. Chaos Dowie Warriors are fine. They can struggle, though, just because their damage output is awful. Hobgoblin Cutthroats, I swear, I tell people, never bring these guys because they don't do anything. They're barely better than a Goblin Laborer, in my opinion. They cost way too much for as bad of leadership as they have. Where are they? There they are. Here they are. Every time I bring Hobgoblin Cutthroats, they just run away, because they got 45 leadership at base. Even when they're by a Chaos Dowie Warrior and they're getting the Malign Authority buff, they're still squishy as hell. Sneaky Gits aren't much better. You're better off just spamming out the Goblin Laborers with Chaos Dowie Warriors to back them up. Anything else, I don't really love. I just don't see Hobgoblin Cutthroats do much of anything other than be a waste of space on your roster. Perfect timing, too. We're playing Opal Bear in round 3 here. Opal is on Lizardmen, I think. Let's go take a look. Yeah, Opal's playing Lizards. We're going to have to watch out for the Shredder, then. That's going to be pretty tough to deal with. Khorne can do it, though. There are ways around it. We'll see what we're able to accomplish. Okay. Join with code. Invalid game code. What do you mean? I literally just copied this. Is there a new lobby? What? I don't know why I can't join here. Getting run over by a Dreadquake train is really rough systems. But against Khorne, they're honestly not a bad unit to bring in because they're really good at running over Wrathmongers. And they can just blast away at all your units and just obliterate you. Here we go, okay. Anything that can clear out Khorne's infantry is damn good. We'll flip away for a moment. Hello. I don't know what's going on with OBS. It doesn't want to recognize my my windows. I was going to show you all the brackets and the Swiss points. It's not being very obliging, though. No, it deployed your whole army in the back left corner of the map. That's so rough, dude. I feel for you. That's a tragedy, truly. What do we do here, man? Against big old Shredder, getting aggressive is usually your best bet. Because you want to try and run over the Lizardman army and leave the Shredder unsupported, because then it's a lot more manageable to deal with. Otherwise, you're going to struggle pretty hard. Mightily even. Just because of how expensive that damn thing is and how good it is at terror routing stuff and just beating down on all your units. We're gonna go for something a little unconventional. And I don't know, I mean, maybe it works. It's gonna be worth checking out at least. Some of these, tons of these, of course. Against Lizardmen, what else are you going to use? I don't think we need any of those guys. Maybe we don't want these either. Nah. I think I want them. What do we do with our last little bit of gold? I'm debating whether these ops are all just... You know what? We'll figure it out. We'll see about it. We're ready to go. We've got our very inoptimal army set up to get in here and maybe get dumpstered. It might be good against the Shredder build, but if it's like something else from the Lizardmen, it might be pretty brutal for me. We got lots of Khorne Gores to run in. We got some Minotaurs just in case we need them. We brought some Chaos Chariots, though. And the Chariots are going to try and run over the infantry, is the game plan here. Which might work really nicely, or it could just be a huge waste of time, and I might lose a ton of value trying it. The Bloodthirster's on the field. Bloodthirster is pretty good at hunting down Slan, because he hits so hard with Deathbringer. Bellow Fury you can also drop on their heads from a distance. And get our chariots lined up, and then we'll just waddle infantry forward, man. Just Marauders for now. We've got Corngors in the back pocket. I might maxed out on those. They're just damn solid against the Lizardmen. Let's see what our unorthodox army is able to get done. We need to make sure that the horsemen are like lined up in good spots here. We're just going to cap our home objective with the horsemen to start off. And we'll see where else we need to go later. 25 units in the Lizardmen army. It's a pretty fair-sized one. This could be something that isn't the Shredder. We'll see how our build does against something else. I'm not super confident about it.
Exalted Bloodthirster! Slaves to death! Ex-Father's Marauders!
And Opal is very good on the lizards. Like, an excellent, excellent player with great micro. Very good at swarming with the skinks. That's hopefully what the chariots are able to clear out. Because Marauders can trade reasonably well with skinks, but against just mass numbers of them, they can start to falter. And the lizards can just bring so many out for such a cheap price. It can get pretty brutal. Get up to the number 3. We'll take our point here. Yeah, Shredder is not super surprising. Tons of skinks. Oh, baby. These are the goodies right here. Okay, let's see what we can do. I think we send a Corngor to the number 3, actually. Big guy sits here, throwing axes, chill back here. And we try to get aggressive early. We got lots of Marauders to take skirmish fire. And we'll just keep bringing up Corngors, I think. Let's get after these skinks early. Because the Shredder can't be everywhere at once. If we can just start locking down the battlefield and making it hard for the Shredder to find safe, comfy places to sit on the battlefield, it's going to be pretty good for me.
Keep it from the foe.
There's Coldwind Spear Riders coming in. That's fine. We're going to run in here and start flattening these guys. And we'll bring up Corngors for this back point. Marauders to get forward. And our charge gets stopped by the skinks there. And then the Saurus, the big ol' Shredder, immediately starts pounding on my poor little chariots, who really are not going to be appreciating that. Let's get in there. Let's get our Marauders up. Marauders are going to fight the skinks. Keep our horsemen back, and we'll start getting around. Chariot's getting a great charge there. Big damage on this cohort here. Gonna disengage, gonna move the Corngors forward. And our big boy is gonna be looking for opportunities to engage the skinks. More Corngors from here. They're gonna move up. These skirmishers are going around the flank. These chariots are gonna move in. Oh, wait, no, they're not. Because we've got the Spear Riders here. Oh, wow, the Spear Riders are really riskily engaged here. Let's move our terror-causing beastie over. Let's keep collapsing in here. Let's turn our chariots around, and let's focus down these spear riders. Losing some infantry, but we just keep trotting Corngors up, because they're just so annoying to deal with. They should be a really nice unit into the late game. The Shredder is really flattening a lot of my units, though. We'll try and get over here and start dealing with the Slan. There go the Feral Cold Ones. We're going to get some Corngors across. We're going to move over. Corngors should be able to stay here for a little bit. Opal is doing a very good job of defending this guy. We just need to not take the bait there, I guess. Ugh, my front line's still struggling, man. We'll rally back here. We'll get back. Let's get over here, try and do something. I just don't know what we do, dude. The, lizards just have so much pressure. We're not able to find any great engagements here. We did get a good collapse back here. The Corngors are going to hang out and just hold. We're getting on top of those guys. Here comes the Dreadsaurian, which is a very, very nasty unit to be seeing right now. Let's run over all those guys. Fleshhounds need to start harrying down more skinks. Let's push through the back line and see if we can get on top of the big guy. There's some problems with our chariots again because Feral Cold Ones are on top of them. Let's get this forward to go after them. Let's land here. Let's get over here. Let's run over these guys. Let's get all our Marauder Horsemen back. We're not able to stick and fight anywhere because of the terror on the damn Saurian, dude. The Saurian is just bullying our whole army. I mean, seriously. We're having really, really rough trades right now because of that thing. Let's see what we can do here. Need to get back. Somehow all of our stuff just wants to run away. Look at this, dude. Oh my god. Come on, please. I'm begging you. Pop this here. Run over more skinks. We're just running out of room. There's too much mass for the chariots to do anything. And the horsemen are just getting buffered out, and I'm gonna cry because I can't do much. Like, my front line is just not holding up at all. And I can't engage with Deathbringer at all. Throwing axes also haven't been able to get very good value trades either. Chariots are doing okay. They're running over a lot of skinks. There's just so many of them. There's nothing that I can do to finish them all off in time. And I think I just needed, Marauder, or not Marauders, Minotaurs out. Something to get after this damn Shredder, dude. It's been such a nightmare for me. Let's get Big Boy up in the air. Send some guys in here. Maybe we can get into the back line here. Run over all these skink skirms. Let's get these guys out of here. Let's get these guys out of here too. Getting pounded by the missile fire of all the skink skirmishers. Look at my front line. It's gone. Like, there's nothing here anymore. Like, the Corngors just got flattened. They weren't able to value trade any. My opponent just sitting in the back here with the big boy, able to avoid all the danger and not caring a lick for what I've got on the field. This is rough, man. Can't disengage from all the Feral Cold Ones. I'm losing most of my horsemen now. And now we finally get on top of the Slan, but here comes Big Boy, and we have to leave immediately, which is gross. My chariots are all locked down. The chariots ended up not being very good. I think more aggression. Fewer horsemen in the opening. Just anything to avoid taking these even fights against all these lizards, dude. We just haven't been killing enough models, and my corn gores have given me 0 value. Quite literally 0 value from all the corn gores. We're just gonna drop this here and hope to God that something good happens for me. I think maybe you develop out the Marauder Horsemen after you get all of your good stuff out on the field, like all of your infantry, and you wear down the skinks. Now we're getting a little bit of movement here, but I don't know if it's going to matter because all the really big stuff in my opponent's army is very much alive, and I still don't have any way to kill the Shredder. My Marauder Horsemen are all out of ammunition, too. We're going to try and chase everything off. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though.
For the Dark Gods!
We're pretty even, but that's not great because being even with the Lizardmen when they have a heal caster usually means that they're straight up ahead of you. And I really can't afford to be behind now. Hold here. Let's get cute, I guess. I mean, and all my units are so beat up, and look at all the skinks that are coming in now. Just like hordes of them. Skink guys are peppering me. We're gonna get a breath attack here. We'll start trotting out some more minos. We're gonna hold on our back point as much as we can here. I don't think I did a damn thing either. These skirmishers are a little overextended. Can I punish? Probably not. Just because the Shredder is always going to be a deterrent from landing. Let's get these corn gores back. We've got the Marauders and the Minotaurs moving forward. Tons of missile fire coming in, just peppering down what remains of my army. Which really isn't much. We've evened it up just a tiny bit. Lizards are just going to pull away from us here. All of our stuff just ran in, and they're all going to rout away now. I just don't have enough leadership available. Minotaurs are coming in. They're going to be really nice. They're not going to be able to finish the fight here, though. Red-crested skinks and other skinks are starting to value trade against me. And look at the Shredder just absolutely bullying the Minotaurs, dude. Like, Minos are a good unit. They usually can't deal with the big boy like this, though. That's what I was a little afraid of. I've had people swear up and down, though, that just Minotaur great weapons are the thing that you use to kill the Shredder. And I am very much not seeing it right now. They're doing alright. Pop Deathbringer here. What else can we do here? I don't know. It's gonna be really rough. Maybe we can grind back into this game somehow. But, I'm not liking my odds. You see the, Bloodthirster really putting a beat down on the Slan, but there go all of my, Minotaurs. Bring a Fleshhound out and maybe save those guys. They've got a little bit of HP left. He popped a heal, it looks like, or is gonna heal himself up, I would guess. I don't have the goodies to finish him off here. Bloodthirster's done okay. Definitely is not going my way, though. You can see the Shredder is healing capped. 3,400 value on it. It hasn't even been doing the most damage in the world, and the rest of my opponent's army, not value trading stupendously either. Just able to throw up a lot more weight than I am. And the Shredder just terrifying all of your stuff away just sucks, dude. Because not only does it terror out things, it lowers leadership, period. Which is just brutal. Like, Khorne hates any kind of interference with their frenzy. It's how they value trade. If they're not allowed to value trade, what are you gonna do? Here come Ripperdactyls. We've got the Fleshhounds doing nicely. The Chariots might have just been a bad call. The Minotaurs have done okay. These Minotaurs also fine, but just not able to make it happen. There goes a heal, a regrowth, I would guess. Yeah, GG. Ugh.
You have been bested.
If I had $1 for every time I lost to the Shredder of Lustria, I'd be so wealthy. And your Marauder Horsemen can't do anything to it. Oftentimes, they get poisoned by the Howdah on top. And then there's just all of these damn skink skirmishers underfoot that make it really hard to value trade. You can see his army was fine. It didn't get a lot of value, really. I think I leave the horsemen off. I think I go with more skink clear. Maybe I don't bring that many corn gores, but I think I need them. Maybe I start with them in the opening instead of the horsemen. GG, well played. Valky is probably just better. Sloupnir is good for killing the skink lines. She's way cheaper. She's got good armor and a shield for all the little guys trying to poke her. The terror on the Exalted Bloodthirster should be more impactful. I probably needed to micro him around a little bit cleaner, and I'd have had a little bit of a better time. Maybe Brutes of the Hound are the way. Or maybe you just bring Forsaken, man, because Forsaken are immune to psychology, which is damn good for you. With a couple of chariots. You got 1,100 gold. What else can you bring? Skull Cannon. Save the money. What do you get? You got 900 here. Maybe Chaos Warrior Halberd to buffer for the skull. That's rough. Okay. Well, we're not going to make it into the top 4 for sure now. It's very rare that you can do it with 2 wins. I'll try and get back to even, though. And after this, I'm going to keep the stream going, and I'm going to go practice. We'll go do some ladder games on the Under Empire business. Because I don't want to leave it off at just 1 win. Navigator beat Opal. Probably because you've got good shooting. It's the Chaos Dowie, I would guess. You can actually take down the Shredder. The problem for Khorne is that you have to fight fairly against the Shredder, and the Shredder is not a fair unit. Taking head-up fights against it is an exercise in futility. And the Skull Cannons could have been poking away at the, the Skull Cannons could have been poking the Slaying the whole game, instead of what I had. And if the Shredder wants to come after the Skull Cannons, that's when Marauder Horsemen can answer that. So maybe this double Skull Cannon. Lots of Marauders again. 1 Forsaken. Maybe double Chariot. 1 Hound for early cap weight. I think it's too many Chariots, dude. I think you're better off just fighting toe-to-toe against the Skinks. Because I think what the problem with the Chariots is it gives up room when you could be using stuff to hammer down your opponent's mobility. And not having any mass early set me back way too much. We've got 1250 here. What else can we mix in? Some of this business. Horsemen are essential. You can't leave home without them. Maybe a couple of corn gores. And you bring a couple of Forsaken in reserve. Forsaken just have ITP on top of their frenzy, so they're not going to run away and get terror routed by the Shredder, which is probably the most important thing that you can do. And then just Blood Beasts. And you still focus on killing the rest of the army, I guess. Finished my third round. Looking at value. Opponent's Furies wrecked me. What do you recommend countering them with dwarves? Furies are really tough to deal with as the Dowie. You have to shoot them on the way in, because you don't really have any shock infantry that can kill them. You do have Doom Seekers who can hammer them down. I would just try and use Quarrelers as much as possible, because Quarrelers have big armor values, which Furies can... It takes time for Furies to get through them. The Quarrelers can fire at them on the way in and work down the Furies' HP. You just want to make it really hard for the Furies to kill a unit and then disengage and go somewhere else. If you can avoid that, then you're usually going to do pretty nice. Oh. We actually got someone who wants to practice with us, so sure, we'll take some games. That sounds nice. What? Did I put a space in here? Alright. Oh, okay. Instead of the mystical 1, 2, 3, it's the magical 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, Nurgle. Okay, word. What do we do against the forces of Nurgle here? I'm gonna actually try something out that I've had a little bit of success with in other ventures. Yeah, we'll bring these guys. Fleshhounds are really strong against Nurgle. They hit really hard. They can clear Plague Toads out pretty nicely. I need a couple of Furies just in case there's an Air Force. Corngors I don't love here. I don't think they do enough damage. Double Skull Reaper might be the best way to go about it. And then some of these throwing axes. Maybe a dual weapon warrior. Or maybe not. Their stats are pretty mediocre, so maybe just more infantry like this. Do we have enough big stuff removal? I think we do. We've got Valkia and the Furies to deal with the Angels of Decay. Throwing Horseman to shoot big guy if he comes in. Double Blood Reaper is low-key kind of good. These guys are really fucking annoying. They do a lot of damage with Eternal Blade. And Bloody Shackle is also nice because it heals them up really well. I've seen them beat up on Kugath, even. That's kind of what we're bringing them in for. And if there's, like, Festus on foot, these guys can just chase Festus into the fucking Shadow Realm. So let's see what we can do with our funky little build here. Okay, yeah, we can just run games here with all the people who are in chat then. We can all get some good practice in. We're just waiting for Abdel to finish up the build here. Another thing that Blood Reapers do, they can beat up on the Exalted Heroes. Exalted Heroes of Nurgle used to be very meta. They're a lot less so now. But even if they do come in and they want to fight the Blood Reapers, it's going to be pretty hard for them, because these guys have such good melee attack, good AP weapon strength, and they've got Phys-Res. So, ironically enough, they're pretty effective counters to them. Even if they are on foot and they can't quite catch the guys, if you can get good value on all your other units as Khorne, you can usually make your way through Nurgle pretty efficiently. We'll try and use our Skull Cannon to mitigate any healing from Fleshy Abundance, because being able to keep it from getting maximum value is pretty damn important. Alright. Well, while Abdel is figuring it out, let's go check on what's going on in the tournament. And see what's what. Outer Region, Martinius, and Navigator all up here with 3 wins. Tom did us a lot of favors for our tiebreakers. The problem is that we're, you know, in the pits here, which is really rough. Anticity's down here with us also. Hell yeah. Damn, and House Cat. 0-2. It's rough out here, man. The parity between everybody now is pretty striking. It's very rare that you can walk into matchups against someone and just know that you have a leg up in terms of micro and game knowledge now. Because people have really started to figure Dom out as a mode. And everybody's just so damn good now. I think we're at the stage where it's going to come down to people, you know, practicing that are going to be the ones who are taking tournaments because they're just getting the reps in. These guys are in group 3. These big bastards are in group 4 here. Very small army for Nurgle. Not super worried. Use the Fleshhounds to grab the number 1 early. We'll move around and cap the other objectives up too, of course. This guy's got to be on fire at will. We'll turn on guard mode. And we'll get ready to do some serious damage with the Skull Cannon. I love Skull Cannons, dude. I'm pretty sure my win rate jumps up from like 60-40 to like 80-20 when I bring at least one Skull Cannon.
Taking action.
They're my bread and butter. Whoops. I didn't mean to ready up on him so fast. I saw his good luck, have fun in the Discord, and I thought he was he sent that because he was prepared. Noxbringer out on the field. We got a Chaos Lord with Plague Ogres with the dual weapons actually, so anti-infantry Plague Ogres. Where's this guy shooting? We can probably dodge this out. We do have a hero squad. We got Cultist of Nurgle coming in. So we're going to try and not engage that blob as much as possible here. Shoot. Oh, actually, he's coming in, so let's get the fuck out of here. Skull Cannon's very fast, which is very funny. We bring out more mobility here, I think, for real. Our mobility is going to out-trade Nurgle pretty hard. He's running away. Let's see if maybe we can go after the healer. Let's get in here. Let's get around the back. Let's push these guys forward. And the Blood Reapers are going to take down the Nurglings. We're going to use the Wrathmongers as an annoying tool that my opponent's going to have to figure out how to deal with. And we're just going to keep pushing here. We took the number 1. We're going to get across the field. We're just trying to trap right now. Valkia needs to dodge any shots here. She doesn't want to take a ton of damage. Blood Reapers are supposed to be engaging here. And we can use the Marauders just to sit here. Valkia is going to dodge more and try to avoid all this damage that might be coming her way. Because I don't want her to just get absolutely smacked up right now. Big whiff from the Skull Cannon. What are these guys? Just Marauders. It's not worth firing at, really. Ooh. Big collapse. Big catch. And we send the Wrathmongers in now. Look at the Blood Reapers, dude. They just ripped and tore through those guys. Let's go here. We keep running. We keep fighting in the open field and doing nice work. We're going to shoot these guys down and move our stuff forward. And Blood Reapers, guess what? They're really good against trolls, too. And we're just going to fight here in the open field. We're going to have a big advantage. We'll just hammer down the Marauders here, so my opponent's not doing much of anything about that. We'll bring out both of our horsemen with throwing axes, too, now. Yeah, my opponent's very scared to engage me, honestly. See if we can just finish off these Bile Trolls, because they're very exposed still. Even though they are finding a little bit of safety, they're still going to have a pretty tough time. Throw in here. What can I bring out next? Skull Reapers, I think, will be a good call. Pestigor's coming through. We're routing a ton of stuff. I think we just disengage. Although, actually, we send the Bloodwake Berserkers in. Let's use our fleshies to go trap these guys. Oh, we need to get back. We made a little bit of a mistake here. Oof. There's the big pounding that I was a little afraid of. It's doing a very good job of running me around in circles right now. Send these guys in. There is, the Chaos Lord is on foot, so we don't have to fight on the middle point, even. We can just be, really withholding, honestly. Like, there's nothing that's encouraging me to have to fight on these objectives. Just need the Bloodwake Berserkers to continue doing work here. Let's see if we can draw stuff away. He's got Plague Ogres coming in. Let's try and draw them back a little into a more exposed position. We'll shoot here. Send these guys over. Valkia can go fight up here. Fleshhounds just harrying stuff away. Skull Reapers moving in with some Marauders. Very nice. Ooh, really good Stream of Corruption, though. One Blood Reaper does get caught, not in the worst position, though. Let's bring another Skull Reaper in. Skull Reapers are going to be really tough for Nurgle to handle. If we just work down this Cultist, we should be in a really nice spot. We'll send Valkia over now. While the big boys are just going to gear up to fight on this objective all day now. Pull the Fleshhounds back. We'll send the Marauders over. Our throwing axes haven't done too well, but that's okay. We can get engaged and still do nicely here. Here comes a just horde of units trying to overwhelm me on this high ground. I think a Fury is actually going to be pretty nice here to go in. Let's run after. Valkia is going to stand and fight. We're winning with the Skull Reapers, which is awesome. It's a very even game, though, which is a little scary. Blood Reapers need to kill the exposed cultist here. We need to get down and support Valkia a little bit. We're kind of winning on the high ground. We did lose the point. Valkia's fine. She can just stay here and fight all day. What am I worried about? We just need to kill the, shrine, man. These guys can kill the shrine. We're going to pop Eternal Blade on both of them now. They should be able to do some good damage. This thing needs to get engaged in combat. We need to unsummon these guys because they used all their ammo. We're holding that point there. We've got Skull Reapers coming in. What is going on with all of the damage that we're taking? Is that seriously just from Rot or Die? Is it really that brutal? I'm just, like, stunned that we've taken so much damage. I think we're gonna lose because I was dumb enough to engage those guys. But maybe we can start flipping it on the high ground a little bit. And we've still got other objectives that we're hanging on to. I'm doing alright with. Oh, Rotting Riders coming out. Oh, shit. Okay. Well, the Rotting Riders are here, and they're probably gonna wear me out. Because I'm not killing anything in the middle. And the Skull Reapers have been terrible. They have not gotten me any damn value. Like, look at that. 390? That's it? Seriously? Stunned. I honestly cannot believe it. Let's get out of here. We just gotta run for our lives. If we can even salvage anything out of this position now. Do have some, Blood Beasts here. If we can get our heroes out of this awful fight, maybe we'll be fine. We're fighting the Pestigores here. Let's collapse on them. Just send these guys in. Heal. Fight. Do what you can. Alright, we're chasing all those horsemen off. We'll actually leave the fleshies there. And we should be able to finish that fight up top and retake that point. Valkia's taken a beating, but we've got some reinforcements. We're doing a little bit better now. We can just retreat and unsummon all of our injured stuff. And we've still got superior mobility, and we've got the Bloodwake Berserkers up top here. My opponent is crumbling down the Blood Reapers, which sucks, but he's gonna have to move out of this middle point here. Now we punish here. He's gonna try and run away with the Rotting Riders. They've been very strong this game. They've been very annoying. We can bring our own stuff out, maybe be able to start doing some work against all these guys. The Pestigores we can charge down, the Fleshhounds need to come and do something else. We're gonna run down here and summon these guys. Let's bring a regular old Marauder up top. Valkia's fighting the Soul Grinder, which is awesome. We're gonna get some good damage in on the Rotting Riders here, potentially. Blood Beast just hits so hard. And we've got our throwing axes coming in. Let's send them in to fight the Rotting Riders now. Doing big damage. Lots of good work going in on those guys. And we're going to run over the Nurglings with the Skull Cannon. Fleshhounds and the Bloodweight Berserkers need to move in. And this one Blood Reaper is still alive somehow. I don't know how the hell he made it. Let's go up there.
Yes!
Let's make the Blood Beasts unbreakable and see what kind of damage we can get done.
My bloodlust!
We'll drop this through. Maybe it's going to clear out the Hounds and the Nurglings. We lost one of our poor guys here to the Bile Trolls. The Bile Trolls have been preserved very nicely. Abdel has been doing a really great job of kiting me around. It's been very well done. Bloodweight Berserkers engaged on literally everything in the world right now. Valkia stands alone. Skull Cannon, I don't know why it's dropping orders, dude. It just does not want to fight when I'm telling it to go in against. It's just very strange. It's very typical, seeming at least. Let's run. Let's get over here. Let's get over here. Valkia can kill Noxbringer and, you know, maybe help me out a little bit. And our throwing axe over here, not doing anything. Trying to get it on target. Skull Cannon doing okay. Let's get in over here, try to save our stuff. Let's just chip these guys down. And the Bloodweight Berserkers have done some great work. I don't know if they're going to be able to finish all these units here, though. We killed the Noxbringer. That's really awesome. Let's get away from the Rotting Riders. Let's bring up some Blood Beasts to hammer these guys a little bit again. Skull Cannon stands alone and needs to get away. We need to just keep fighting and grinding and doing what we can. We're holding on to points all right. We've got a decent number of units left. Skull Cannon, most importantly. Run away. Get in here. Let's start shooting these guys down, and we'll get Valkia to land and support, because she's just such a good duelist character against stuff like this. If we can finish those guys off, I think we might end up doing pretty nicely. Bloodweight Berserkers are going to go down. We're holding the high ground pretty nicely. We've got some Fleshhounds to push any enemies off. My opponent's going to have to respond to my pressure onto the side point again. This game is so close, man. I don't know what I bring out. Because the Skull Reapers were just bad the first time around, and I don't anticipate they're going to do a whole lot better a second time through. They've just been through the damn ringer, and they've been so mediocre. Let's actually charge. We won against the Bile Trolls, which is pretty amazing. We're killing Nurglings, we're fighting and doing our best. And we took big damage on our Skull Cannon. Oh baby, no. Not like this. Capweight coming forward. Fleshhounds come to the low ground and start doing stuff, maybe. Blood Beasts still fighting. Doing what they can. Rotting Riders have 1400 value, which is pretty gross. Let's get away. Dodge this volley. Let's get in here. Fury wouldn't be a bad idea. My opponent's been really good about kiting all that stuff out, though. We need to wait for the Pestigors to get blobbed up here. And we're getting good shots in on the Rotting Riders now. These Blood Beasts have been really nice, man. They've been holding surprisingly well. They are going to rout here, finally. They do get terror routed, which sucks. The Skull Cannon's crumbling out in the back here. Maybe get a shot off. Run away. Some more Marauders, some more Capweight. the last two of these guys coming in.
Certain death.
Maybe we win the fight, we run away, we try to just wear down the Rotting Riders again. Blood Beasts barely hanging on there. I think they actually are routing still. They are routing, okay. Let's run these Marauders in. Got a big blob fight again, and here comes the Cultist in the open field now. We're gonna intercept him. Just need to send everything over there. The 11 Rotting Riders are an annoyance in the extreme still.
It is my will.
We are grinding really nicely on this point, but I think it's triple cap territory, and I need to collapse onto this point then. I don't think we're gonna win. This cultist blob thing was really gross, and has just been wearing me down so well. Let's get up on the point. Just need everything here. I need to send some kind of cap weight to the middle, I think. Lots of hounds. We're killing the pestigores here. There's more pesties coming, though. Take the charge. Valkia doing so much work. She's been fighting so nicely. We still don't have the cap weight, and we're not flipping it, so I think we just lose. We're not going to give up here. We're still going to try and make this happen. It's been doing a very good job of rear charging all my stuff, too. I think I just outplayed myself yet again. What's new? Going in way too hard on a lot of these units. And Skull Reapers, terrible freaking unit, dude. Absolutely no value out of them any of the times I've summoned them in. They've been so lackluster. Yeah. I don't think we cap any of these points back. GG. I need a better army. One without Skull Reapers, apparently, because they have just been dreadful this entire game. No value. Plague Ogres with 3,800 value. That's what's been killing all of our Skull Reapers, I would guess.
You have been bested.
That's brutal, man.
There is no
Those cultist shrines, dude. They give so many heals out. And it's crazy how much healing you get off of them. And the Plague Ogres were just nasty. I shouldn't have engaged onto the middle point at any time. But I just went way too hard in the paint for it. I spent a long time chasing with the Bloodwake Berserkers as well, when I should have just used them to anchor an objective and not left it. I could have left them and the Blood Reapers, and they would have held a point all game. It would have been really hard for Nurgle to cap it away. Me trying to chase them and do damage is what got me into that position at the end of the game, where I just kind of fell apart and couldn't get anything done. But my opponent played the game very nicely. I might play around with the Exalted Bloodthirster a little more. What would have also been nice was Scylla, because my opponent was kiting me around so much. Kill for Khorne, very strong. And he's the same price as 2 Blood Reapers. So just actually forcing your opponent to engage you is amazing. I think I'd go with him next time, because if I get on the Noxbringer, or any unit at all, and get this off, they're not going anywhere. They're just going to have to fight me, and they're going to have to downtrade into me. Slaughter Guard would have been nice. I don't understand why Skull Reapers are so terrible feeling. I just never see them perform up to snuff. We're going to bring a Blood Speaker this time. See what we can do with him. Bring these guys. Oh, we're getting a Dark Elf game. Okay. Cool. We're going to do this. We're going to swap the builds up a little. Probably don't need a ton of flesh hounds here. Skull cannons are really good against the Dark Elves, so having one in reserve ain't bad. Blood Beasts. A couple more Marauders. It's a very expensive hero core, but it can work for sure. You got the infantry clear with Skull Taker. You got arrow catchers, of course, with your Marauders. Maybe the dual weapons are a bad idea. Got 1050 here. Huh. Think a Corn Gore is a good idea. They're just so good at buffering for your stuff. Maybe you don't need Brass Collar. Charges up pretty quickly, though. I'll leave off Bloody Onslaught, actually. We'll stick another Marauder in the lineup. Bloodletter's very good against the armored infantry. Kind of bad against Witch Elves, though. Maybe double dual weapon. What else are we lacking here? Some more mobility isn't a bad option. We could bring another Skull Cannon. The thing we don't have a lot of is infantry removal. We've got lots of mobility. We've got anti-big stuff. Cold One Knights are going to be annoying. Maybe we need to prepare for those. Yeah, probably. Maybe just this instead. Alright, I'm ready. So we're going pretty expensive with the heroes, but Scylla is insane. I've been doing pretty nicely with them. We're going to see what he can do here. On Crystal Lake, what we're going to do is we're going to take our high ground objective by the woods that we can pop in and out of to avoid missiles. We're going to bring out a Skull Cannon first, probably, to start shooting the Dark Elves. Then we bring out the Chaos Knight. We'll bring the Blood Beasts. And then the Corn Gores, Forsaken, and Flesh Hounds. I think that's how I need to play it. Because the Flesh Hounds and Furies get to the field really quickly. And developing out your mobility so you don't get swamped is the best thing you can do. And especially with a Skull Cannon. These things are fast enough that you can avoid the worst of your opponent's units. And position aggressively against them. We're actually going to bring a Bloodletter instead. And while we wait for Abdel to finish up the build, we're going to go and check on the tournament bracket. Martinius and Navigator undefeated. Outer region here with 3 wins and 12 op points, playing all the big dogs, obviously. Opal Bear's going to be in the top 4. Tom with 2 wins. Solo Spaghetto, 2 wins. Leech Lord, Cows, Amat, Fish, Anticity, Attack Speed, and Abdel, all with 2. And we're down here, struggling in the pits, man. House Cat of War also didn't win a game. I mean, it's been a while since House Cat's been playing. It's kind of shocking to see somebody who, not even a year ago, people would have said was probably one of the best players in the world. And going with 0 wins in a tournament is very abnormal seeming. It actually doesn't even look, though, like they played through the whole thing now that I'm looking at it, though. They only play in the first round? Yeah, they lost round 1. Oh, Anticity got a bye round, so Anticity only got a win, 1 win too. Man, that's crazy. Okay. Last Cat only played in the first round, so not very representative. I think they just dropped it after that. Let's see what we can do against the Dark Elves. This is a pretty messy matchup for Khorne. You can't get kited around by the Dark Elves much because their missiles are so strong. We're gonna see what we can do to hold up under the weight of fire from all the Dark Riders, though. Waiting on Abdel. 10 units to... We actually outnumber the Dark Elves here, which is kind of shocking. We'll try and cap the middle objective real quick. We're probably not going to be able to. I mean, if I had to guess. There's going to be Dark Riders. And they'll push us off that point really fast. Chaos Warriors are really nice, very heavily armored. I just need to play better with them. I need to force my opponent into them instead of being overly aggressive with them. So that's usually where they can get the best values, if they're allowed to like trade in the front line fairly evenly. Sweet. And Uber, you've got next. I don't know if you're here still or not, but we'll play a game once this one's over with. Maybe I need to get used to putting my infantry in control groups. I think that would help me a lot. We got Lokir on the Dragon, not a bad choice. We've got Sorceress of Death. Bloodrack Medusa is really cool. It's going to be very hard for Lokir to finish both of my characters, though. And Sila's going to absolutely beat the living hell out of this Bloodrack Medusa. I swear to God, it's going to happen. Khorngor up through the woods. We're going to take this point real quick. Oh, no, there's not a, there's no time to get that out yet. Oh, here are the shades. Dodge. We'll take the low ground too, while we've got the time. And probably position over here. Lokir coming up through the trees. You know what? We're gonna hold back. We don't need to engage right now. We're gonna hang on for a sec. And we'll bring out a skull cannon. We need to get away from the Blood Rack Medusa, because it's going to do just disgusting amounts of damage to all of our stuff. So we'll start maneuvering around some. Volleys from Shades are going to be annoying. We'll start getting Skull Taker some value. We'll bring in our Skull Cannon now. We're going to move around the back here. Skull Taker should be able to pull out of here. Doesn't want to stay engaged there, but he can. And this Medusa is way overextended, and now we push in a little bit. Oh, Black Ark Corsairs fighting us in the trees there. Let's get our guys forward. See if we can shut this thing down. Skull Cannon needs to move in and not waste all of its ammo. Corngors need to move up. Fighting Marauders are fighting a bagged target there. We're going to send the Furies in over the top and then shift-click them onto that position to get some good damage done. And we're going to hound down this big guy here. Kill for Khorne, active, gonna do some really good rampaging. And now we get engaged. And we're going to push these Shades into the dirt. We're going to absolutely bully them with our horsemen here. We're going to charge these unbraced spears as well. We'll take that engagement, sure. And we're going to get the Skull Cannon in position to shoot these guys down. We're actually going to dive those Dark Riders and push through. Sila's taking a bunch of damage. That's okay, though. We've got help on the way. We got infantry engaged. Sila, he is unbreakable also. And just being next to Skull Taker means he's going to be able to do some good damage. And we did kill the Dark Riders there. There's more Dark Riders on the way in. We're going to try and just go over the top and land. And we're just gonna run down all this stuff now. I don't know why these Marauders are still running away, dude. I mean, the fight has been over for ages now. Okay, so the Furies get charged. I'm actually going to pop Relentless Rage, believe it or not, on those guys. Just so they get extra value. We did lose one of our horsemen. Don't need to be piling into combat that poorly. We're just cracking through the Dark Elves right now, man. They are really struggling. Sila, kill this damn caster too, please. That would be really funny. Skull Taker's gonna go farm the Shades now. We've broken through the front line. We just need to push down the Medusa. We can shoot at the Medusa too. We can send those guys in. Got all these infantry that are going to be super obnoxious to try and deal with. We're going to shoot Loke here. And if we get up in the trees here, my opponent is never going to be able to root us out before we start to do some nasty work. We'll shoot here. Line up here. Line up here. Let's reconstitute our front line a little. And we did kill the caster, which is awesome. We'll take this fight. Do we have Corngors? We don't have Corngors over there. Furies, though. We can bring them in and send them to help back here. I have no idea what's going on in the woods here. This is very chaotic. Sila needs to beat up on Loke here some. Big Monkey is going to rampage, and then maybe I can pull Skull Taker out of here. So I don't super want to stay engaged in that combat anymore. We've taken objectives and low grounds. We've got the Skull Cannon and Marauders. They're going to go over here. Corngors are going to push up into the trees, maybe. We just stay engaged on this Medusa now. And we've got Chaos Warriors moving up, who have engaged, so that should make the fights a little bit better for me. And Sila is still putting in some good work. I mean, Loke here will probably outtrade him, but still being able to finish off this Blood Rack Medusa potentially is going to be really nice. We just have to actually finish these targets, man. gonna pop all the buffs in the world in the trees here. Let's make sure it hits everything. There we go. Let's get away. We've got Harganeth Executioners over here, so we need to answer those guys. We got a ton of supplies. We need to unsummon these guys. What do we bring in? Chaos Knights? Yes, baby. Chaos Knights for the late game are going to be very good. Let's push our Tattered Marauders past and get on top of these guys. Here come a bunch of infantry. They're going to be very vulnerable to these Bloodletters and the Chaos Knights, who are going to start trampling them. And did we kill the Medusa? It looks like the Medusa is finally dead. It took all damn game, but we did it. Oh, beautiful. Medusas are really strong against Khorne if you can protect them. If you can't, they're kind of a waste of time, though. Skull Cannon gets a beautiful shot in there. Now it's going to go run these guys over. We're going to charge Unbraced Spears, maybe, or pull them out and use the Chaos Knights to do it. Nah. They're gearing up for the charge, which is fine. Furies land there. Fleshhounds go there. Skull Taker moves across. Silo moves in. We keep pushing. We just keep going, going, going. Never let up off the gas as Khorne. Honestly. You'd be surprised how many games you win just by brainlessly charging your opponent out. We'll break the charge, or break the charge defense, I should say. Skull Taker's being hunted down. Scylla is doing a little bit of damage here in return. We're going to Rampage, and we'll get Skull Taker a little farther away, and we'll bring in a Blood Beast to go attack Lokir here. This is the end of Scylla, but he traded really nicely this entire game, so I don't mind. Even if Big Monkey dies, 1,700 value is how much he costs to summon in. And we're going to use Skull Taker to chase down all these routing units. That way he can regen some ammunition. And the Fleshhounds, these Marauders should be able to finish off the Harganeth Executioners. They're a good unit. They are definitely not going to be able to finish these guys off. We'll use these Chaos Warriors to try and buffer all these guys out now. Anytime Khorne is able to chase units around the field and just mess with them endlessly, usually going to be pretty nice for you. We need to get some HP back on our boy, though. Let's engage there. Let's just get these Chaos Knights out of here. They can just run away. We've got some Blood Beasts to help them out. They're losing some models, but they pushed the enemy back pretty nicely. And we're still in a good position this game to win here. Well, my opponent didn't unsummon the caster, and the caster is like 1 HP back here. We're going to shoot her. I don't think my opponent's ready for that. We're going to charge these guys down. Keep charging up ammo. We got more Khorne Gores. We're going to put more out onto the field. And we did actually hit the Sorceress, who is going to be dying now, which is pretty hilarious. And look at the poor little Dread Spears just get folded up right now, and the and Lokir's landing here. We're going to collapse in. We're going to cast our little buffs here, and we're going to just fight until we give out and can't go any farther. Skull Cannon, annoying as always. We got units here, and we're going to send the Bloodletters in also. Chaos Warriors didn't do amazing, but they still got some work done, and our Chaos Knights did get crushed. They didn't get nearly their value back, but we did manage to finish off this Chaos Knight, and we've traded evenly enough that we're in a good position for the late game. Where's Skull Taker? He's just farming HP back here. That's all he's going to do until the time comes for him to rally back to the middle. Which might not be for a while. We've got a pretty big ticket lead. We're doing very nicely here. The Furies are going to finish these guys off, and our Skull Cannon is going to fire while we hammer these guys down. And the Khorne Gores are going to engage the Black Ark Corsairs in melee. We've got stuff capping low ground. I'm going to send the Skull Cannon in because my opponent, I can see him eyeing it up there. I'm going to bring more Blood Beasts in now. Furies are going to just keep chasing because they'll have a good fight in the trees here. Dark Riders lose melee attack because of terrain, and they lose speed, as you can see. There's a tear route incoming down there. Not a lot I can do about it. Horngore is just chasing brainlessly. Getting kited out a little bit. We'll retreat some. Skull Taker's farmed up enough HP to return, I think. And the Blood Beasts can go to the middle and maybe lock down Lokir. Lokir's really good against Khorne just because he's got Merciless Slaver, which lowers leadership, and he's got a heal in melee combat. So he's pretty durable. Just keep fighting, doing whatever we can here. These Marauder Horsemen have been damn good. They've gotten 930 value. Still grinding in against my opponent. We'll use the Conquerors to fight here. We'll get in here. Collapse there. We'll fight. Should be a good trade. As soon as the Skull Cannon can get out of that fight, we'll send it elsewhere. We'll send a Warrior in with a Marauder to hold the high ground. Let's go run these guys over. Let's just drop this for the BM. Just because we can. And we've basically won. We just held on to the points against the Dark Elves for so long, man. See, Dark Elves are a faction that I'm very comfortable fighting against. Some of the other matchups I'm a little less practiced with. And it really shows. Skull Taker did great. Scylla did well. Lokir tried. Wasn't able to get it done, though. The Bloodrack Medusa just got hounded down. It's a very skinny front line, man. For Khorne, that's a big risk. And Coldwood Knights did great. The Dark Riders were a little bit less effective, though. Some of them did alright. But it was a little rough in spots for the majority of them. Skull Cannon, of course, got 1400 value. Very consistent unit if you just keep it alive, keep it moving, and let it shoot a bunch. That is probably the first time Scylla's been killed before the end of a game where I've actually brought him. And we'll invite Uber in here. Let's see, what map do we want to play on? Graveyard of Altdorf is really fun. I'm a huge believer in it as a competitive map. It's almost a lane map with the terrain features that it has, but at the same time, it's got open enough passages that it doesn't funnel nearly as hard, but you can actually push up into them and do really nicely. Oh, and we're playing against the Dowie here. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna flip away for now, and see what's going on in the tournament. So you can see Outer Region has beaten Navigator. Evil Dowie versus Evil Dowie action. This is a pretty bad map for the dwarves. Let's actually give them a better map to play on. Let's do Bordello Landing. You know, the problem with Graveyard of Altdorf is it does favor some factions more than others. Just give a little bit of an opportunity for the Dowie to shine a little bit. Scylla's really good system. When Scylla was released with the DLC, I looked at Scylla and thought garbage unit, and then I actually used Scylla, and Scylla is insane. Like, the collision damage that Scylla has makes him amazing against infantry. And he's really good in one-on-ones. And being unbreakable, yeah, he doesn't heal, but he's got 7,000 HP on an unbreakable unit. If you just keep him from getting poked down by crappy spears or something, he will flip the mobility game for you so hard with the rampages, it's kind of ridiculous. I love Scylla. Huge believer in him as a whole. Not good in every matchup. Factions that have really good skirmishers can be a little tricky for him. But you can see, even against like the Dark Elves, who you would think be able to pincushion this big old monster man, the big monkey, have a little bit of trouble actually managing that. The Rampage is just so good. And it's, you know, the same Rampage that Scarbrand has, but he's literally half the price, basically. You know, Scarbrand, at his least expensive with the Rampage, is $26.50. And yeah, you have to bring a Lord, so you're adding a little cost on, but like Valkia and Skulltaker, Arbol, any of the other Lords are still really strong and can deliver in their own right. And that's another unit that your opponent has to handle and deal with, which can really stress Micro. It's damn impressive what Scylla's able to accomplish, honestly. I stand by my man any day of the week. Don't ever let anyone tell you that Scylla's not a worthy unit. We bring one horseman. Probably just a Minotaur with the dual weapons. What else do we need here? That guy... Blood Shrine can be good sometimes. A Hound ain't bad either. What's going on in general chat? Oh, Turin's doing another the Old Realms stream, which is really cool. See what we can do against the dwarves here. Thank you for the game, Abdel. A pleasure as always. Let's see what we can get done here. Playing into Dowie, you kind of have to bring certain units, just because if you don't, you can get absolutely rolled by their Thunder Barge or just mass gyrocopters. I mean, the good news is that those units are very strong against those tools. And against their Ranger and Quarreler lines. But, you know, you can always just flood the field with bloodletters and stuff. Playing against the Dowie as Khorne, I honestly think is a little unfair for the dwarves. They can win this matchup, of course. Any matchup is winnable with good play. It's just the problem that they have is that all their units are slow as hell. You've got good counters to their really strong stuff. And you have the perfect AP infantry to deal with Dowie warriors and also chew through slayers and whatever else they send your way. Like, they've got some counters, like Doomseekers, which are really strong. But if Doomseekers are trading evenly into Bloodletters and just swarms of Furies and stuff, and they're being stuffed off the points, it gets pretty ugly for the dwarves. We'll see what they do here. Smallish dwarf army, honestly. But they might have Ironbreakers mixed in, which will be really tough for me to deal with. Get these guys in group 2. These guys in 3. 4, they can hang out back here. The Gorbeast Chariot's going to capture the number 3 objective. We're going to send our Marauders to take objectives first. I like a couple Chaos Warriors to catch arrows early, because then the Bloodletters start to swarm around the Dowey force and encompass them in their steely grasp, so to speak. Good luck, have fun. We go up. We go to victory. So miners here. Perfect target for the chariot, actually. Oh, and a cannon. The cannon. Gotta be careful of that. Cannon's gonna be really hard for me to deal with. Dowey are pretty good at defending their cannon lines. They've got lots of missile units, of course. It will be worth it, though, if I can get on top of it. Furies are just going to be really nice to be able to jump in and jump on those things. We'll keep one Marauder here. These Marauders are going to go in, and we're going to bait out blasting charge volleys. That's the plan. So there's Bugman's Rangers on the field, which are a solid unit. My opponent is not taking the bait with Valkia. So no blasting charge luck there yet. I think the Minotaur comes out. Even though there is a cannon on the field, we should be able to avoid the worst of that. And lots of shots going in on Valkia. This is how you dodge blasting charges. We did it a little too soon. There we go. And now you just get back, and they're going to throw, and they're not going to hit it nearly as clean. So they still got pretty good damage in, but it's not nearly as devastating as it could have been. Just push in, push in, push in. Valkia flying overhead. We're going to rush in with the Minos. We need to start surrounding and getting units onto the flanks. And that way the Dowey can't just bottle up. And we start bringing in the Bloodletters. These Marauders are not nearly as fortunate. I'm not microing them nearly as cleanly. Still some blasting charges coming in? What is that? I have no idea what that was. It was something. Let's keep pushing. Valkia just doesn't want to get shot up here. My opponent is prepared back here with a little bit of a dive. We're actually going to send in Valkia to go after the cannon. And the cannon is wrecking the Gorbeast Chariot right now. So we're just going to get it back. Bloodletters dying. What hit them? I don't even understand. Something nailed our poor Bloodletters. We got Bugmans all over the place back here. We're going to pull the guy out. We'll get some Furies forward. We're going to go in. Let's see if we can bait out the blasting charges here. I don't think my opponent's paying attention there, and might not have them on fire at will either. Oh, there we go. Now they're throwing the volley, and they get good damage, but we survived through the worst of it. We got Valky in the back line. Ulthar's Raiders are unoccupied currently. We need to pull our guys out. We're going to send these to the back line. And here come the hordes of gyrocopters, which I need to be ready for. Send these guys in. We're the Minotaurs. They're starting to run over some of these dudes in the back line. They have taken some pretty vicious fire, though. We need to actually get our stuff on target here. Furies go in. Furies go in. They can land back here. The Exalted Bloodletters are going to win that fight eventually. And then we'll be able to clear out the rest of those units. I mean, the value trading hasn't gone great for me, but believe it or not, we're in a really nice spot right now. We're pushing the cannon pretty effectively. My opponent's been shooting the Gorbeast Chariot a lot, which is nice. But it's given time for the rest of our forces to kind of push through and engage the back line here, which is starting to fold up a little bit. You can see the bloodletters getting in. The minor blasting charge volleys were nice, but they didn't finish a lot of my opponents, or didn't finish a lot of my units off. And we're just kind of running over them now. We're going to get the exalted bloodletters through. We're going to actually start pressing the Dowie back. Like, in full, they're going to have a really hard time getting anything secured again. We're going to pop the Relentless Rage here, just to keep those guys in the fight and occupy as long as possible, while we send these guys over to chase the gyros, and we need to make sure that we run them off the field. Because the last thing you want is for Dowie gyros to rally. Can't afford to let it happen. Blasting Charge Volley does some damage to the Exalteds, but these guys are so meaty. They've just got such good stats, and we're going to pop this so they can chew through this minor unit extra quick now. Collapse here. Get overhead. We're going to dive Iron Breakers, maybe? Nah, we just need to go up here and chew on the gyros. Khorne can just push the Dowie back for days. If they get into a position like this, do not let your foot up off the gas, because they have no way back onto the points. Even if you're not value trading stupendously in the rear lines, you're usually doing well enough that your opponent's going to have a really hard time re-securing position on the field. And then you just send Bloodletter Swarms in. Like, you can see there's some rallying stuff. The Bloodletters can go in and start cleaning them up. We're going to use the Gorebeast Chariot to chase stuff off, and we'll rally back to the middle point now with these guys. Bloodletters are going to go in here. They're going to keep trading. We've got these Marauders just throwing their lives away for Khorne's Vengeance and Fury. And the Rune Lord is just out in the middle of nowhere now. Like, what is this Rune Lord going to get done by himself? Nothing, pretty much. Use the Furies to shut all that down. You can see I've cleaned up the cannon crew. And now I'm taking down these miners. The Bloodletters have been doing really well. 650 value. Exalted Bloodletters back here. Still fighting, dude. That's what's so nice about them. And your opponent just can't answer everything. Like, even the Minotaurs and the Gorebeast Chariot, which did get dealt with, didn't get a lot of value. Gave enough time for the rest of our forces to get in, and you just out-value trade the Dowie eventually. Like, they've got all these nice units, but they can only fight in so many places at once. And we do have Furies rallying back there. The Furies are just so effective, dude. We're going to surround these gyros. The gyros are coming in, trying to clear us, and probably not going to find an opportunity to do so. We never capped the number 1, which is a little silly on my part. We'll send a dual weapon over there, and a Bloodletter, which I already did do. I completely forgot about that already. Valkia, we just don't want to lose Valkia. Valkia can just kind of hang out back here. We'll finish off those Dowie warriors. The Rune Lord has finished some of the combats that he was in, but wasn't able to fully finish. And now we're going to land on these Thunderers, actually. We're going to pop Relentless Rage just so they don't break on leadership. They're going to do nasty damage to these guys. This is why Furies are so good against the Dwarves. Like, okay, your Gyrocopters aren't fighting me anymore. You just plop down on top of whatever unit you can, grind out some value, and then you replace all the infantry you have lost with new stuff. Even better here, we got some blobbed up Iron Breakers to maybe get in on. More of these guys. I can bring up a Blood Shrine next. It'll be pretty decent. And now you drop Sleipnir here. And the Furies are stuffing. Furies actually killed this Thunderer too. Very worth it. Even trades favor you. And sometimes in the right circumstances, being down against Dowie isn't bad. Valkia is going to land in here and start trying to chip down the Rune Lord, because he's been harried this entire game by just whatever infantry I'm sending in. And the Chaos Warriors are still here, so I should avail myself of the opportunity to get in on them. Look at the Exalted Bloodletters, dude. There's 11 of these guys left, and they've still got leadership to go off of. Oh my god. Just send waves of stuff forward. There's a preset kill limit on Dowie after all, you know. Blood Shrine goes in, we're capping the back point. Blood Shrines are also good at late stages of the game here, where you don't want your Bloodletters to take a ton of damage from blasting charges. You can see the Dowie are cleaning up the backfield a fair amount, where we shattered this blasting charge unit. The nice thing about shattering Dowie units is it takes forever for them to get back in the reinforced pool, because they only go back in once they're fully routed off the map. Like these guys, even though they're close to the edge, it's going to be a while before they get out. And in that time, it's going to be free value for me in the middle. You can see the Iron Breakers here. They're trading pretty nicely. They're being very annoying to finish. We'll just slowly wear them out, though. That's a really nice blasting charge volley on the dual weapon Marauders, but now the Bloodletters and the Marauders are on top of them, and we'll send the Blood Shrine to start running over these guys. To unblob. You just don't want the unit to be so compacted. It still hurts. At least these Bloodletters have Fizz Res, so they can survive the worst of that, and just keep trotting up stuff. OG is doing a very good job of sticking in this game. This is not over by any stretch of the imagination, and that's another really good blasting charge volley. Wearing down the Iron Breakers. They've gotten about 1,000 value, which is damn good. And these Bloodletters are going to crumble out. We took the home objective, though. We'll leave the dual weapons to take any blasting charges first. We can trot up a Chaos Warrior now. That'll be nice. Fury's still hounding that stuff out over there. And by the time the Dwarves are finally up on the points, we've got more infantry here available for us to use, that they're going to have a really hard time actually finishing off. Cannon comes back in. That's fine, because we just sent a Fury back there.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Fury is going to stuff the cannon value again. It's trying to kill the Shrine, which is a good target for this thing. I can probably dodge this. Yeah. And we can finish the Lord off here, which I probably should have done earlier, to be fair. But Valkia's going to be able to do it here. The Gyro's over here shooting me down. I can get another Fury out to deal with that thing, just so that I'm not taking a bunch of damage from it. Because the thing you can't let the Dowie do is use their Gyros. If they get to shoot you with Gyrocopters, they're going to beat you any day of the week. The Gyros do too much damage. They've got bombing runs, which do big, big, big damage to your infantry. Let's get in here. Let's back the Bloodletters up, and you send in the Blood Shrine first. And we've got Dowie Warriors coming in. That's going to do some good damage. The dual weapon Marauders are dying over there. Not too terrible for me, though. Send more Bloodletters off to the side point. And there goes the Gyro. The Marauders did rout, but we can land on those Rangers so they don't take that point. And we just keep trotting out stuff. We got a little extra damage, and even if we don't finish the cannon crew off here, which is pretty unlikely, it's not firing right now, which gives time for the Blood Shrine to keep farming some value. Actually does have one that's shooting still, which is pretty hilarious. We can use Relentless Rage, keep running over the Miners, run these guys over, send the Chaos Warriors in, and we just grind out a victory. That's how you beat the Dowie as Khorne. It's really not anything fancy. You have to be ready to take damage against them. If you just stay on top of the Dwarves, though, and don't let them breathe, there's not a lot that they're going to be able to do. They really struggle against your like full field pressure. And like I said, yeah, the Gorby's Chariot didn't get anything done. It got shut down, and kind of the same with the Minos, but the Minos did still kill a bunch of stuff. Got 137 kills. They cracked through some Dowie warriors. And any time that you're keeping rangers from shooting your bloodletters is big value for you. Because the rangers, as good as they are, especially Bugman's rangers, who do have the instant fortification or whatever it's called, liquid fortification, as much healing as they can get on themselves, they're not going to outpace the damage you can do to them. Other bloodletters, all doing pretty nicely. Furies are where the money's at. If you can get good value on your Furies, it's going to be very hard for the dwarves to compete against you. Just not enough, I don't know, man. I don't know what dwarves do against really good pressure from Khorne. It's just a scary matchup. Yeah, try him out, system. Yeah, I guess I should probably use spacebar, so I actually see into the trees. I know that it does disappear them a little bit. What do we play now? I've been playing a lot of Khorne. I don't really want to play Dowie again. Or rematch, so to speak. I guess I should say. I don't mind playing the Dowie, though. Alright. I think Uber is done there. Yeah, we're gonna play Uber again. It does have time, so we might as well. We'll play somebody else against the dwarves though, and I'll try and win the game. Khorne, I'm very confident against the Dowie with. Other factions, I'm a little bit less practiced on, so it's gonna be a little bit messier. Who would be fun to play? Who do I want to learn, most importantly, man? We could always play Ogre Kingdoms. Just be chuckling Dark Lords. Ogre Kingdoms against Dowie isn't terrible for Dowie. In like a long game, but it's not the easiest thing in the world either. Kislev. Maybe we can do Kislev. Kislev Dowie. That'd be pretty fun. Oh, oh no, we are getting some more dwarves. Let's try out Kislev versus the Dowie. See if we can figure this out. Astankia, maybe? What are all of the abilities that she has? Fury of the Land, Goliath, which is just the biggest joke of an ability. Does the tiniest little heal of all time. I have a feeling this is supposed to be a more powerful heal than it actually is, although maybe it really is just for the vigor reduction. Seems kind of funny, though, that it's such a tiny little heal. Because it's usually 0.8. 0.08 just smacks of inattention to detail. And just like, I don't know, something. So what kind of spells are going to be good against the dwarves is my question. I can't... I mean, Ice Maiden's Kiss is not going to be very efficient. Maybe Frostblades, though? Ice Court Sled. Slows, maybe. Death Frost, Heart of Winter. Jeez. What do you do against the dwarves as Kislev? I have no experience with this matchup. Maybe you just cast Frostblades all game. Because the Dowie can't exactly run away from you. Like, it'll give time for Zargard and stuff to trade. We'll bring some Streltsy. Voidnovs in reserve. Horse Archers aren't a bad idea. I think I bring a Heavy War Sled for sure. And Patriarch is definitely going to be needed here. Solyax. The Balalaika ain't bad. I think I keep this guy on foot just to reduce cost. I think I will cut that. 550 for a heal is cheap as hell. Maybe we can go with double Patriarch too. If we're going to be doing that. That way we can just keep healing Katarine. And if my opponent wants to shoot her all game and try to value trade against her, I can let him basically, because we'll have the Solyax to run back to heal us up. Winged Lancers are such a good unit. We'll bring one in the opener. Armored Kossars. I think we do need the great weapons. Even though they're a little more vulnerable to missile fire, I think they're a little bit stronger. We do definitely need some things in the woods as well. Snow Leopards, I don't think are going to get anything done. We're running out of gold here. Zargard wouldn't be a bad call. Maybe we don't bring Heavy War Sleds. Double Zargard. Backed up by what? More great weapons, I guess. You bring a couple Kislevite warriors. Your armies are usually going to be smaller than the Dowie, which is the big issue. You do have really strong mobility, though. And if you can actually get on top of their shooting and shut that down, your infantry should be decent enough to be able to wear down the Dowie over time. And Streltsy, very good at trading at range. Even against shields, they'll do alright. I've got okay armor. I think Frost Shield actually might be a good idea to bring, though. Let's optimize this a little. Maybe Ice Maiden's Kiss is a good idea. Although maybe Crystal Sanctuary. Let's try something out, a little something different out, and see what that can do for us. So this gives armor and missile block chance goes up. Although none of our stuff has shields really, except the Winged Lancers. Maybe that doesn't matter so much. Boydnov's Brawlers, they're very short range. Maybe cut them. Bring another Zargard in with great weapons. Alright, I have no idea how this plays out, but we might as well see. Maybe we bring 2 dervishes. Oh, and you know what? We can swap the map, I guess. We did just play on this one. Geyser Bluff ain't bad. I just want to let him know. This is still a good map for the dwarves. It's not too terribly different from Bordello Landing either. It's got home objectives. Dowie do much better on home objective maps. When they don't have to split push nearly as much. They have a little bit of a better time. There's still opportunities for us to be able to push around and value trade. Get up through trees and sneak around our opponent, which is going to be pretty nice. We're going to focus great weapons onto the number 2. Zarina's going to hide behind the shot blocker. And where are our Streltsy going to go? That's a good question. This map is pretty small. It's a pretty brawly type of map, too. It might be pretty hard to fully encircle the dwarves in this match. Maybe we just roll up and take the home objective. We use Zarina to cap over here real quick. Run over, take the number... what? I think this is the number 2 objective. I can't remember the numbering on all the objectives on all the maps. Because it's different on every one. The convention isn't always the same. Like, sometimes the middle objective is the first objective, and the home objectives for the 2 and the 3. Sometimes it's just 1, 2, 3. Okay. Winged Lancers. I'm going to send up into the trees. You know, foot characters also wouldn't be a bad idea against the Dowie. These are our armored Kossars. We're going to leave one Streltsy back here. And the other 2 are going to hang out with our boys back here. We should probably spread out, just in case there is a cannon. Because cannon will hit pretty hard against our guys. And we need to keep her on melee mode. Because if you click with her normally, she'll shoot at stuff rather than actually get into combat. Which is a little annoying. Putting her in melee mode just by pressing F ensures that she actually uses the chariot attacks. Let's get up here. We got Thoric Ironbrow, Flame Cannon coming in. Dowie Great Warriors, we're going to get up over here. We'll advance to the edge of the forest. Very sneaky. 12 units. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's the 9th. That's Ulthar's Raiders. So there are Bugmans or Rangers of some type, since I can't see everything that my opponent has. That's usually the quickest way to figure it out, though. Is just playing it by ear. Oh, there's a Master Engineer, too. So there's... yeah, there's the Rangers. Just your standard little guys. There's a lot of armor on Zarina, so she can actually move in. And we just wiggle a little bit. And then we'll get some charges in here. There's no cannon to punish her, really. Like, a flame cannon's fine. It's not going to be able to do big work against her, though. We're going to shoot these guys down. We're actually going to delay or engage in the middle. I'm going to send these guys over to this point, too. Winged Lancers are going to hide in the trees over here. And what do we summon out now? Another Winged Lancer is not a bad idea. Just a hammer. And Ulthar's Raiders getting some good shots off. Which is rough, but that's okay. We're going to get out of range of them now. She's not going to get punished too hard for the effort that she's put in already. And we do, of course, have the Patriarch heals. We might even bring one in real quick. Since they are on foot, it's going to take them a little time to get over here. We need to unblock our Streltsy from shooting, because they'll be able to chip down these damn miners and stuff. And our pistol fire should be very effective. Let's see if we can get on top of the flame cannon. Where is it? It's pretty short range. 280 isn't terrible. It does take a little time for it to actually get in position to do damage. We'll move up. We've shot the miners plenty, so now we can get back. And we'll use Zarina here to get in and do some serious damage. And we'll actually use Crystal Sanctuary on these guys, since they are the ones taking the current brunt of the damage. Flame Cannon opening up. We're going to send our guys around. We're going to send these Winged Lancers forward. Let's get up and shoot a little. Crystal Sanctuary helping out a little bit against the damage there. Get these guys in. We'll back the Streltsy out now. Although those guys, of course, cannot do that, of course. Run through. Shoot the Ulthar's Raiders. And these guys, since they're beat up, are going to run in and try to do damage there. And Zarina's just going to keep going. We're going to bring up some Zargard Great Weapons. And look at the Streltsy fire just melting the Ulthar's Raiders, dude. Finish these guys. We'll shoot the miners now. Zarina's just going to keep running stuff over. We'll send her over here. We made a big mistake over here. We didn't get engaged in combat properly, and we lost a Winged Lancer for our very poor dive attempt, which is not great. We were doing really nicely elsewhere on the battlefield, but that's really going to slow us up. But we do get on top of the cannon here. We might be able to beat it up now. Shoot these guys down. We'll run these guys over. We push through. We're going to get in there. More great weapons, just moving up. Patriarch is out here doing something. Not 100% sure what, but something for sure. And the Flame Cannon's mostly taken offline. These Winged Lancers can get out now. We'll pull back, just so that we're not fighting these Dowie Warriors. We'll move into combat, just to get a charge bonus off. And Zarina is very healthy and being a very annoying unit. Maybe we can just kill Thoric outright here with the gunfire. Because both of the Streltsy are unoccupied now. And I think he's up on his big shrine thing, which makes him pretty tall. Which means that the Streltsy can actually shoot him pretty effectively. We got a rear charge there. That's nice. These Winged Lancers need to keep moving around. Zarina's going to keep grinding in there. We got the other Patriarch moving forward, so we can just mass heal now. We're going to move over here. Zarina grinding in, doing some good damage. We're going to get out. We're going to pop Frostblade on these guys. Move up here, turn around and fire. Now that they're broken, we'll shoot here. And the Flame Cannon is rallying, but we'll be able to send some Winged Lancers to do damage to it soon. And look at poor Thoric here, dude. Thoric's having a really shitty day. Just not able to really affect the front line like our faster Lord is. Pop Solyax here. Gonna get in. We got Winged Lancers getting on top of the Flame Cannon. Once more. Just keep creeping stuff up. Things in the Woods. Just for quick damage. And the Streltsy pushing in. We're gonna chip down the miners here. Are we able to finish off the Flame Cannon? We don't want to get punished too hard. We need to be a little careful with Zarina. Winged Lancers are going to come over here. We'll send Zarina with the Winged Lancers to get a Patriarch heal. There goes old Thorak, who is running for his damn life now. Armored Kossars used all their ammo, so they can just run in and eat blasting charges now. And maybe get a little bit more value. They've done okay. Like, nothing crazy here. But certainly worth it, in my opinion. This is where the Things in the Woods come in. Just to finish off the rest of these units. And yeah, that's rough. Like, we took a bunch of damage from the Iron Breakers. They're throwing their grenades in. Like we saw earlier in the stream, they do have a slightly better blasting charge than their standard variant. Let's make sure we're hitting all this stuff. Okay, that's nice. Oh, and the Flame Cannon did rally, so let's actually get Zarina back there to deal with that. We'll shoot it down with the Streltsy. Winged Lancers are going to get around the back, and they're going to go hammer those miners. We save up, I think, for another Zargard. Or, yeah, Zargard Great Weapon. Things in the Woods getting in there. I didn't realize Thoric was still alive. Should be easy to shut down, though. Zarina's going to get in here. There's no heavy AP against her. She should be fine. I've always got Crystal Sanctuary to use on her as well. The Mordine, or not the Mordine Beowulfs, but the regular Beowulfs, the things in the woods, starting to run over the Dowie units here. I'll use Salyak's Lullaby here, sure. There's a lot of value here to get from that heal. We can just hammer this stuff down slowly but surely. Zarina has pushed back the flame cannon. I don't know how this crew is still hanging in here with leadership, dude. It's kind of wild. She is stuck on one of the cannons, which is always wonky to watch, man. There's some funky business with this game, I swear. Did Thorek die? No, he's dead now, though. Oh my god, dude. Oh, Streltsy are such a good unit. Wow. 1,600 on these guys, 1,200 on the other. Fully running over the Dowie lines now. Ulthar's Raiders are back out. And Zarina with 1,300 value here. She's going to get out and go get a heal. We'll just cap this point up. Winged Lancers will chase and the infantry will hold. Those are just miners. Miners are garbage. Regular miners I would never recommend for the Dowie. They're just such a terrible unit. They provide no value for you. They just cost gold and their cap weight. Other than that, though, they really don't do much of anything.
You have the foe's victory point.
Double Great Weapon. Let's go get the heal. The Ironbreakers have been holding for a long time. You can see how well they hold, too. I mean, they're a strong unit. These Zargard Great Weapons, one of the better Greatsword infantry in the game, and they've been struggling to finish this fight. Run up. You know what? We're going to pop Crystal Sanctuary here. Just so these guys don't take a bunch of damage, because Ulthar's Raiders are actually looking to shoot them down here. Zarina gets the heal. I'm going to roll through. I'm going to focus down Ulthar's Raiders again. I'm going to trot in. We got some stuff here that can chase them. Zargard Great Weapons fighting. Miners trying to hold this point. We're going to rear charge there and finish them. And those are Thunderers. Thunderers are a good unit. I like them a lot. They can get some pretty solid value. Some of the problems that they tend to have is just that they're not as good at trading at range as the Rangers are, because they're more expensive, and they need good LOS to actually get damage in. Reasonably fast firing for a powder unit, but 13 seconds is still quite a while. I think Streltsy have the same reload time. Yeah, they do. These guys have chevrons now since they've gotten so much value, so it's not fully representative of what they're able to do. We're just pushing the dwarves back in full now. Honestly, it's worth it to do this with your tattered units, where you've committed to the fight in the middle. You've ground out really good value by blocking and value trading against the dwarves. They're not going to be able to do much at holding the objective, so you just throw them forward and press the Dowie back and keep them from getting up on the point easily. That's usually how you just bully the dwarves off of objectives. Yeah, the Great Weapons would tear the Master Engineer apart, but we're going to hide by the shot blocker and reposition if we need to. We'll shoot. And Winged Lancers very good at getting in onto the miners before they can get volleys out. These things in the woods, there's a few of them left. We're going to run them in anyways. We'll shoot at the Rangers. And we got a ton of gold value in the bank, man. We don't have a lot to summon out, though. We can just bring out both of these dervishes. We need to start unsummoning some of these units. We got a lot of stuff very beat up. Could probably use them back in the pool here. Pull back. Shooting down more Thunderers and such. We got a Solyax here. This is pretty firmly in the book. Dowie are definitely going to have something to say after this one. We're going to trot our Zargard forward. We'll send the Wartime Beowulfs with Zarina to go clean up some more units. We broke these miners. My opponent doing a very nice job of finishing off some of the stuff here. The Streltsy finally going down. Armored Kossars about to be taken offline. This Winged Lancer unit got 2,000 value. And we've just got tons of mobility out on the field to stuff now. You gotta be prepared to take damage against the dwarves, because they are gonna value trade pretty evenly. You just have to stay after them. I'll say it again and again and again. The more time you leave the Dowie range units to fire, the worse you're gonna do. Usually they're gonna out-trade you if you just stay at range. But if you get up in their face and disrupt their missile lines, they really start to fall apart and falter. Usually because they don't have good damage on their actual melee infantry. It really is at range where they rely on getting good value. There's also no gyros here. Gyros against Kislev are really strong, even though Kislev has good shooting. Your opponent has to choose if they're going to shoot the Dowie front line, or if they're going to try and shoot the gyros. So bringing them out, you can definitely get some good value with the gyrocopters, as long as you don't let them wander into Streltsy fire. Man, look at Zarina with 1,700 value. She didn't do anything to the lords either. That's just all Dowie warriors and rangers and quarrelers and stuff. She's just unmanageable on that chariot for them. Now, my opponent did have a master engineer with the slow, but wasn't really able to get it off. And Thoric is interesting. Not a bad choice, but he's a little vulnerable up on the shrine because he's a big target. Things in the Woods got decent value. One Winged Lancer I just completely forgot about and microed horribly. The other one did pretty well, though. And the Streltsy were absolute monsters. 2,300, 2,100, 1,100. Very good performance from them. They did a very good job of wearing down the Dowie warriors before they got engaged, and then I was able to finish them off with the other tools in my army. Okay. Ooh. I'm just talking to Uber a little bit. One more, and then I think we're gonna call it. Who should we play? Chaos Dowie versus the Dowie, dude. Let's do it. What do you bring here? Draz Hoth would be funny, but I don't think would be very good, honestly. We can Astrogoth it. Astrogoth's a funny character, dude. He does some pretty big damage. You can be a little lackluster at times, but we'll see how it goes here. Probably just Flamestorm and Kindle Flame is all I need from him. It's reasonably cheap. Oh, and we'll change the map first. What's a good map? Ooh, yes. What else do we want? What's going to be good against the dwarves that the Chaos Dowie have access to? I mean, trains, honestly, but let's try out the Castellans. Ooh. That's fun. That's pretty nice. I mean, that's a nice little buff to allies. 31 seconds within 100 meters. Oh, and it's got an effect range? Whoa, okay. Hold on. Hold the phone. Let's bring lots of garbage, of course. Oglacon's boys and some Wolf Raiders. Maybe. Probably better in reserve, just to shoot down Slayers and stuff if they come in. Maybe that's too many heroes. But no, they're not, because they've got the health regen in combat. They should be able to hang in and do some pretty good work. We'll see what Astrogoth's able to get done, too. Flamestorm is pretty good at punishing blobs. Maybe we can force our opponent to blob up on all of our stuff and out-trade them that way. See what some Chaos Dwarf Warriors can get done. Maybe we do bring a Magma Cannon. See how it works out. Maybe just one Infernal Guard in the opener. Bring another in reserve. Let's try out the Immortals, actually. And what else? What else would be fun? See what blunderbusses can get done here. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Okay. We're going to forego frontline infantry, actually. Outside of the Infernal Guard here. And all of these Goblin Laborers. And we're going to try and blast our opponent apart with blunderbusses. Just for the memes. We'll see if we can actually pull it off. I don't know about Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. I don't think you need Renders. Kadai Fireborn are just better. Lots of Dowie Warriors. Just to waddle up and take points. Maybe the Oglacon's boys are the only thing we bring in reserve. Maybe that's too many infantry. Because we're trying out the Immortals. We got the Kadai. Maybe you don't even need that many Kadai. We do need width, because the Dowie can flood the field pretty effectively, and that's going to suck if we get pushed off the points early. Infernal Guard Fireglaves are just so good. Maybe this. This is a silly army, but whatever. I'm curious to see how it ends up working out for me. Alright, slick. This is a very flavorful map, you know. I'm pretty sure this is where Gotrek and Felix go. In, I think it's the... No, it's in the third omnibus, because the first is their random journeys. And then it ends off with, no, it is in the second. So the first ends with them running into Thanquol for the first time, and they have the big, showdown. I can't remember where. Maybe it was in Nuln? There's like a big fight between the Skaven and the Empire in one of the Empire cities. It's a very fun little adventure book. Highly recommend all of those. And then in the third, I think it is, or the second, is where they end up going and venturing into the Chaos Wastes. And they end up, I think, in Carrick Doom, where they find, like, a few Dowie holdouts, just, like, stuck out in the middle of, you know, hell, basically. And they end up saving as many of them as they are able to. It's kind of a mess. It's a gigantic waste of life for everyone involved. But, you know, that's kind of how it is. IRL. Sometimes you can't save everybody that you want to. Goblin Laborers, they're gonna do their thing. We'll bring the Fireglaves out first over here to protect the Magma Cannon. We'll use the Infernal Guard. 2 blunderbusses to push there. We'll send a blunderbuss with all of the crappy stuff and the Infernal Castellans to take the number 3. And we'll see how this works out. It's a lot to commit to the number 1. But we can always maneuver the blunderbusses over and find opportunities to value trade. This could be rough if my opponent did bring a Dowie cannon. Oof. Yeah, there is a Dowie cannon here. So we're going to need to be careful of that. We can get these guys forward. Infernal Castellans can go up and be the primary cap holders. The Magma Cannon, we're going to try and keep back. We're going to shoot those blasting charges, and we do need to move forward now. There are miners moving up. Miners are pretty short range. The Chaos Dowie blunderbusses kind of outrange them, which isn't bad, and we do have gyros coming up. Of course, we see the gyros. I did tell my opponent they're kind of an absolute necessity. I do very much stand by that. They're very much needed to counter a lot of your enemy's important units. Our Infernal Castellans should do good damage to them, though. Look at the shot from the Magma Cannon, dude. Oh my god. Brutal damage on the miners. The gyros are taking some fire from our little Castellans here, which is really nice for me. I think we'll send blunderbusses into the middle of the field here. We're just going to run these laborers and stuff in just to get blown up. You know, we're not going to do a whole lot otherwise. We'll try and gun down these gyros here. Uber is a very solid player, but definitely needs to like recognize when the gyros are overextended. Because right now they're in range of the blunderbusses who just one-shot these guys. Oh my god. Ouch. We can push the Fireglaves forward some. We'll fire with our magmas. And we're gonna drop a Flamestorm on top of the Ulthar's Raiders there. We'll just keep pushing up. Let's move in here. Infernal Castellans can also shoot the Ulthar's Raiders. Dar whatever he said. Yeah, that. Exactly, Astrogoth. Couldn't have said it better myself, bud. And having to fire in all these Goblin Laborers is kind of rough. Blunderbusses are going to maneuver away now. And we just obliterated the Dowie warriors here. And they're waddling into the Magma Cannon shot a little bit, which is also not great for them. Oh, we need to spread out. That's right, because there are, whatchamacallits, cannons overwatching there. And they can do pretty good cleaving damage through your units. We'll send Astrogoth in now. Support these guys. We're going to try and blast these folks down. We're just going to keep working down these gyros, dude. The gyros are just taking disgusting amounts of damage. We'll send these guys into melee for a bit, just to see what they can do. The Fireglaves are going to waddle up and try and shoot at the Ulthar's Raiders also, while the Blunderbusses are going to turn attention to these miners here. What else have we got going on? Yeah, we're shooting at the Rangers, the Bugman's Rangers. Astrogoth doing some nasty damage here. Orc Laborers pushing through. We're going to blob up on these guys, and we're going to start dropping flamestorms again in a minute. Can we finish the gyros here? Would be really nice for me. Dowie warriors getting pounded. No movement on this front over here. Maybe I should get aggressive over there then. This is a flamestorm for the ages. It's going to do some pretty nice damage for me. Hopefully it sticks around here a little bit so that it gets proper good value. Even if it doesn't, though, it's giving me time to really value trade here quite nicely. And the Immortals are just sneaking up through all of this fire here. Another good shot from the Magma Cannon. What is the cannon up to? Oh, finally targeting my Magma Cannon. So we'll pull back and see if we can get it out of range and drag the cannon forward a little. Just because we can. We are holding this point. Blunderbusses took some damage, which is unfortunate, but a little unavoidable. Can't save everything. We'll send the blunderbusses forward. Because you can see the cannon is pretty close to them, actually. The Fireglaves are going to punish the Dwarf Warriors here. These blunderbusses pull back, and the Immortals are going to finish off the Lord. While these Dwarf Warriors are just going to get blobbed up. And now we can turn around and fire the Magma Cannon in there. Send all the Infernal Guard to the middle point. And my opponent's still being very passive back here. I'm going to use my blunderbusses to shoot those miners. Ironbreakers are going to be a really good target for a Flamestorm. We'll pop it, and then we'll try to just run away with Astrogoth so he doesn't get killed. You can see it's doing some pretty good damage. That spell resist on the Dowie is pretty brutal. So it's keeping them in the fight for quite a while. But we do have the Rune Lord nice and isolated, and definitely going to be going down here in a moment. Let's pull back, since they're getting shot at. I don't want to take a bunch of damage on them. We'll shoot the Ironbreakers with our boys here. Good bombing run on the Immortals, but the Gyros are just getting pounded by our gunfire. The Gyros would have been really nice coming out onto the other side of the field here while my opponent like slowly pushes me down. Because he's pushing here finally, which is a good call. But I'm going to be able to just turn around here and farm some value off of them. We need to keep running with those guys, actually. We use the Immortals to charge in. And the Infernal Guard can pull back some. The Encastelins are going to push into the back line. Blunderbusses fire here. Fireglaves are going to get in range of the cannon too. And they're also going to work on taking that thing down. Oh, and he finally sneaks into the backfield with some gyros. And they're going to shut the Magma Cannon down. But it's gotten crazy value already. I mean, 2,000 value on it is pretty sick. We'll pull back. We got the damage going there. Oglacon's boys are going to get back and fire with their bows. I wish I had something to counter this gyro, but all of my shooting is a little too far forward now. But look at it, just wrecking those dudes. And the Immortals were not great. They didn't get a lot done. They'd just been getting shot at by the cannon. The cannon's gotten some pretty good value, but it's not going to be able to survive the Infernal Castellans. The gyros are taking a long time to kill this thing. I could spend 1,300 gold for a blunderbuss, but I'm not gonna. I'm gonna send a Kadai Fireborn out. And we did clean up the miner back pressure. And whatever value I get out of this Magma Cannon is just extra gold for me. Because it's already just wrecked that Dowie front line. Are these the steam gyros? Why is it taking them so long to finish that unit off? It's very bizarre. It's very atypical of it. We'll shoot the Master Engineer. I see you sneaking around back here, buddy. You can only hide for so long, you know. He's been chipping away at some of the units I have, but just not able to get enough damage in to make it worthwhile. This is a good spot for the gyros. They're in a much safer position back here. They're able to shoot at the Infernal Guard fire glaives and get some pretty good damage against them. And now we can shoot down the gyro. My opponent is very, very stuffed back here. We got some guys that might be able to finish this gyro unit off. Oga Khan's boys are firing in at them as well. We'll back up, because now the blunderbusses are forward. Blunderbusses are great. They've got a silver shield, so they can actually trade pretty nicely and close the distance against the rangers and stuff. Look at the damage they do to gyros too, man. Good grief. Oh, the gyro, he did a good job microing these gyros away. Infernal Castellans just still going at it, man. They're just hanging out on the middle point, doing what they can. Get the Kadai out of firing range. Send these guys in. It's still, like, you know, fairly even on the value if you really look at it. The Dowie do have an opportunity here still. It's not over by any means. It takes them a long time to get up on the points, though. We're going to cast a Flamestorm on these Bugmans. Do damage to them. Infernal Castellans are still stuffing back a bunch of Dowie warriors and stuff. The Infernal Guard are going to win this fight eventually. We'll charge the Iron Drakes down also. We're going to send our Kadai Fireborn in on this side of the battlefield. And we'll bring out... yeah, we'll bring out 2 of these guys to go over here. And the Magma Cannon actually rallied. Is it going to be able to shoot anything, though? It's a little out of position to hammer down the Iron Drakes there. See if we can hit them. We got those guys all blobbed up still. We'll move in. Blunderbusses can shoot these guys down now. We'll push onto those Bugmans. If we can stuff the Dowie back in their deploy zone, that's also not a bad situation for me. You can fight on people's deploy zones, believe it or not. Especially if you know that they're running out of supplies, and you've got good enough units to actually push down a lot of their stuff. You can value trade pretty decently just sitting in their objectives, or in their deployment zones, I should say. The gyros are doing much better damage now that a lot of my shooting is offline. They're actually getting a little value. I didn't even use the Infernal Castellan's attacks, but we're going to use it here. Breath of Hatred, I completely forgot about it, to be honest. Cannons are blasting my poor little blunderbusses here. We're going to throw ourselves forward and try and stuff a little bit. We got Astrogoth Zulahooing all over people. We're going to pull back onto that point with the blunderbusses. We're going to just keep waddling all our infantry up. One shielded warrior is going to hold the back point. It's never a bad idea. And we're going to unsummon the Magnum. It's just sitting back here, not doing a whole hell of a lot. The Breath of Hatred helped me break open the Iron Drakes here with Troll Hammers. Actually shutting those guys down is pretty nice. Blunderbuss gets a nice volley off on the miners. Takes a nasty shot in return, though. See if we can finish this. Cast Breath of Hatred just to get the extra damage in. We intercept the Dowie warriors and keep them off the point, and now we can turn the blunderbusses over here. I'm gonna spread them out some, though, just to make sure that they're able to hit everything. We're gonna camp this vanguard with the Kadai and dare the Dowie to shoot us off of it. The Infernal Guard, man, just pushing all the way up here to help out the Castellans, who have been grinding all game now. In melee, they got tons of ammo left. They can probably shoot the gyros. I'm going to pull them back now, before they get too horribly punished. You can see, nothing coming out there. Blunderbuss is a little obstructed. This one over here gets a nice volley off. on the poor gyros, who are just getting absolutely trounced once again. These guys fire real fast for a blunderbuss.
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
Astrogoth with 1900 value. He's very cheap. Very good lord here. Beat up on the Rune Lord. Also got some good Flamestorms off. Mitigated a little bit by spell resistance, but still worth it just because it's so disruptive. It lasts a long time, and against really bunched up formations, like the Dwarves like to bring, Flamestorm oftentimes starts off on one end of the formation, and it'll just cleave through the entire bunch of units. Shooting, again, got really good value. Infernal Guard Fireglade's doing great. Ogla Khan's boys did alright. Kadai did good. Melee infantry were kind of mediocre, but, you know, they're just there as a deterrent, basically. And yeah, I honestly, maybe blunderbusses are a good choice against the dwarves. Because they really shut down the early gyrocopter play. It forces Dowie to second guess sending their units up onto the objectives too. Especially if you've got a magma cannon firing onto everything that your blunderbusses can't actually reach out and touch. Definitely something there. Sweet. We got a lot of really good games in there at the end. And I'm going to call it here, guys. We've been going for quite a while now, and I'm getting pretty tired. So I hope you guys enjoyed this stream. Check back in next time. I'll see y'all then. Take care. GG's.